This is Audible.
The Billionaire's Fake Girlfriend, Part 2, written by Sierra Rose, narrated by Marion Hussey. Chapter 1. There Marcus was, promising me eternal love in a room full of people. He asked me to marry him on bended knee, full of emotion. If I didn't know any better, I would have fallen for it myself. It came back to me stilted, in broken fragments. Like a child watching from beneath a table, the memory was unreliable, but the image was there. The collective gasp from one side of the room, perfectly timed with the rush of cold air from the other as someone opened a door. And me, stuck in the middle, feeling like all the oxygen had been sucked off the stage. What I do remember, quite clearly, was the series of micro-expressions that transformed Marcus's face as I stared at him hard. How dare he do a public proposal without going over it with me first? We didn't have an official script for this fake weekend getaway, but damn it, proposing to me? I said I would be his fake girlfriend. We never agreed that I would be his fake fiancé. But, being the actress I was, I acted shocked. Okay, I was shocked, so that didn't take any acting. I gazed into his eyes and mustered up all the emotion I could as a tear slipped down my cheek. Yeah, I told him I'd bring home the Oscar. "Oh, Marcus," I breathed out. He gazed deeply into my eyes while a backdrop of cascading fireworks boomed. It was some kind of laser light show. "Yes," I squealed. "I would love to marry you. The answer is yes." He slid the sparkler on my finger and I stared down at the glittering ring. Wow, it was the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. "This is the most romantic thing you've ever done," I said as a tear rolled down my cheek. "It's so sweet and flattering that you do all of this for me."
I love you, Rebecca. I'd do anything for you.
"I know that. I really do. You're everything I ever wanted and more." He wiped away another tear from my face. I played the part of happy future bride as he lowered his lips onto mine. The entire room exploded with clapping. Flashing bulbs snapped all around us. People cheered and clinked glasses in celebration. "Did he just propose?" I heard a woman off to the left say. Yes, I thought. He fake proposed to me. It's all pretend. We toasted, and I played the part perfectly as I smiled like I was the happiest woman on the planet. Countless people congratulated us. I said thank you and pasted on the biggest smile. When the attention died down, I made my way to the door. "Rebecca," Marcus said, chasing after me. "I can explain." "Is there somewhere private where we can talk?" I asked. Never in my entire life had I been so caught off guard. Not when my father walked out on us when I was 12. Not when the Giants lost the World Series. Not ever. He took me to a private, secluded room and shut the door. "What were you thinking?" I screeched before he had a chance to reply. "Please," he held up his hands. "I can fix this." "You have done quite enough." I kept turning to the door, kept turning to leave, but every time I put my hand on the knob to open it, I ended up turning back with more things to say. "I mean, what did you think was going to happen?" He ran his hands up helplessly through his hair. "I didn't know what I thought would happen," he admitted. "Mr. Takahari was having doubts, so I upped the ante. I figured a public engagement would convince him for sure. I thought it would buy me time to—" "You can't throw surprises like that at me." My voice was abruptly soft and low. "I don't like being caught off guard like that. We should have talked about it, because a proposal wasn't in the deal. Am I supposed to go along with this? Do I lie to my family and friends, too? I can't let them be happy for me and fake happiness in my own personal life. That's not fair. I can handle being your fake girlfriend, but not your fake fiancé. You so crossed the line. If my mom finds out about this, she'll be beyond upset. I didn't tell her I was in love.
No, this wasn't fair to you, and I apologize for that. It was a last-minute decision.
You said all I had to do was give you the girlfriend experience in public, and I did that. I even went above the call of duty and kissed you. Not once did you ever mention plopping a ring on my finger.
You can have the ring.
Bonus pay for saying yes?
Yes. You know I will pay you for all your valuable time and any blunders I've caused in your life. I'll pay you anything you want.
Your money won't stop my mother from flying down here and giving me the 3rd degree. This little ploy of yours has spilled into my life big time.
I wish I could take it all back, he said. I wasn't thinking clearly. Was the proposal over the top?
No, it's what any girl would dream of. I glanced down at the gorgeous ring. My expression softened. It was the perfect proposal. You'll make some girl very lucky one day. That is, if you ever settle down.
Thank you. And thanks for happily accepting and not kicking me in the groin.
It was part of my job, even if you took it a step too far. So I wouldn't have kicked you. I only kicked you when I thought you were offering me some kind of indecent proposal, and I only maced you because I was scared I was about to get mugged. I swear I'm not a violent person. I'm glad it all worked out for you. I didn't want to see you lose that deal. I was really rooting for you. You deserve another chance. Just like your pet peacock Eduardo.
You did a fantastic job. You pulled it off like the skillful actress you are. Thank you. And don't worry, this engagement is nothing permanent, he exclaimed quickly, cocking his head toward the ballroom. By the end of the week, they will have forgotten all about us.
Tears welled up in my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I literally glared them back into hiding.
What's wrong? He asked.
Nothing.
You'll be able to get back to your normal life soon. This was all fake. It wasn't real. It was just an acting gig. And yes, I shouldn't have crossed the line without discussing it with you. But you're an actress. I figured you could handle it. Good actresses can handle anything thrown at them. Besides, you told me you were at the top of your class in impromptu acting.
Acting at the spur of the moment is my specialty. I hope I proved that tonight.
When you teared up, it made me start to tear up. You're a natural.
Was all of it fake? I asked.
Yes, of course it was.
We kissed. Was that fake too?
You said you were going to bring home the Oscar, and I think you did just that. My image consultant said people are already saying good things about me. Our engagement is really helping. People love that I'm marrying you.
Rich guy marries poor girl. It's every girl's dream. I see why the story is so sensational. Yep, our kissing escapades meant absolutely nothing to Marcus. It was just a way for people to see him in a better light. He was truly a playboy at heart. He just enjoyed kissing a girl. I should have never crossed the line either. We should have kept it strictly business. I could have played the part without diving into a passionate kiss. Maybe I told him I was just trying to sell this relationship, but deep down inside, I knew it was more. Damn it! How could I let my feelings get involved? I couldn't fall in love with every actor I kissed. Okay, I was an idiot. I was hired to be an actress, but it turned into something more. It hurt to know he thought our kisses meant nothing. Yes, I said they were fake too, but damn it, I felt emotion. How could he not feel that? He kissed me passionately and intimately. I thought chemistry of this magnitude couldn't be contained, and I just let go. It's like his kiss touched my soul. I didn't want to think about it anymore. I needed to leave, right now. This situation had gotten way out of control. "Can I go home?" I asked. He looked like I'd stabbed him in the gut. His mouth opened and closed, but for possibly the first time since I'd met him, the great Marcus Taylor could think of nothing to say. There was a knock on the door, but neither one of us acknowledged it. "Mr. Taylor?" It was Niles again. "Mr. Taylor, we need you to come back to the party." Marcus's eyes flickered to mine, but I just shook my head with indifference, feeling suddenly apathetic and numb. Moving almost robotically, I reached up and yanked the priceless diamonds off my neck and dropped them on the desk next to me. They fell with a disapproving clatter, lying like shards of broken glass between us. Our eyes rested on them for a moment, and when we looked back up, my face was hard and sure. "You were paid to be an actress," he said. "That was an added bonus." "And I delivered, didn't I? I thought I looked pretty damn happy." "You did a wonderful job, and I can't thank you enough. We'll go home tomorrow, and you can go back to your life. You'll never have to see me again." "So that's all I get? A handshake and a pat on the back?" "You're being paid very well." I blew out a long breath. "Yes, thank you for reminding me." "You took this acting job and did a great job. I don't understand what's wrong." "We kissed." "That wasn't expected at all, but it was an added bonus. A very nice one. It really made everyone buy it." "Then let's cut the charade while we're ahead. You got what you wanted, and I got what I wanted." I touched the bracelet one last time. "You can keep the bracelet. Turns out, I don't want anything to remember you by." I slid the ring off my finger and slowly handed it to him as he frowned. I left without another word, left the whole mess behind me, left it for him to clean up. I have no idea what he ended up saying to everyone, or to Takahari and his aides, or to the ballroom of people for that matter. I didn't care. This wasn't my world anymore, and it certainly wasn't my problem. It was time for me to go home. The good thing about a crowd of people is that they all seem to swarm in the same direction. I was able to slip out a side entrance and get on the path back to the bungalow without anyone being the wiser. Once inside, I took a quick glance around to take stock. Marcus would be here soon as he battled his way through the people in the ballroom, and I certainly didn't want to be here when he did. I grabbed my oversized purse from the coffee table and flitted quickly around the little cottage, stuffing it to the brim. Aside from raiding the minibar for my flight home, I took only what I came with. The treasure trove of little dresses and bikinis Marcus had purchased for me stayed right where they hung in the closet. I even left my new bottle of sunblock behind because he had paid for it at the gift shop. In the end, all I had were 2 shirts, a skirt, a pair of sandals, and my passport. The rest would be left behind. Without stopping to think, I called a cab and headed to the private airstrip. By now, it looked like a futuristic stable. A dozen or more jets and planes were parked in neat little rows as far as the eye could see. I hadn't noticed them all before because Marcus and I had flown in a day early, but walking through them now gave me the creepiest vibe. There was something fundamentally unsettling about being at a quiet airstrip, like getting stuck in the mall after closing. No matter your reason, it felt like you shouldn't be there. And my reason now was less than legit. I was here to commandeer a plane. Marcus's plane was easy to spot. It was easily the largest and most luxurious of the bunch. I clutched my purse tighter around my shoulder and headed toward the only source of noise in the entire hangar. It was coming from what looked like a lounge of some kind,
lit up and lively as flight crews drifted in and out. They were always supposed to be on standby, Marcus had told me when we arrived. I considered this as I made my way through the hangar. Must be a pretty shitty way to spend a tropical vacation. I had childhood flashbacks of my mom running into a store or dropping some baked goods off at some meeting she'd nearly forgotten to attend.
"That's right, dear, just stay with the van."
I wondered if it wasn't uncommon for pilots to develop abandonment issues. I didn't know whether to knock or just go inside, so I did a mixture of both, gently pushing the door open as I knocked. It was like flipping a switch. The second I stepped inside, all noise in the tiny room stopped. Someone even snapped off the television, leaving us in sudden, awkward silence. Hi. I tucked my hair nervously behind my ear, silently hoping that the pilot would remember me. I certainly didn't remember him. "My name's Rebecca White. I came in the other day with Marcus Taylor." "Miss White." A man in a stiffly starched uniform sprang to his feet and crossed through the crowd. His facial hair had been cut as severely as his clothing, and I noticed he was the only one here still in uniform. "Captain Jim Helmsman, what can I do for you this evening?" Upon some unseen signal, the rest of them silently dispersed, gone to mill about the planes and pretend to be working on something official. I chewed my lip guiltily. I hadn't meant to break up the party, and it made me uncomfortable to be around people who were on the clock when I was wearing this ridiculous dress. "Miss White?" the captain prompted again. He was standing at a casual angle that blocked most of the messy room from my sight. I couldn't tell if this was intentional or not, but I got the impression he was embarrassed to have me see such behind-the-scenes frivolity. "Yes, sorry, how did I phrase this?" From the startled deer faces of the scattered flight crews, there was a definite protocol in place to which I was completely oblivious. "I'd like to go home, if that's all right." The captain blinked. "Right now?" I blanched. "Or at your earliest convenience?" He jerked to attention. "Of course, miss. I can have the plane ready in 30 minutes. Is Mr. Taylor already en route, or would you like me to call—" "Mr. Taylor won't be joining us." For the first time, Captain Jim Helmsman faltered. "He'll be remaining on the island?" My eyes tightened. "Or wherever he so chooses." More hesitation. "Miss White, of course, that's all well and good. I just need to check with Mr. Taylor before filing any—" "Captain Helmsman." I clutched my purse to my chest, shivering a bit in the chilled night, but standing tall. "I need to go home. Now." His eyes widened slightly, and he glanced at the plane. Seeing him crack, I pressed forward. "If you can't take me, I more than understand. In that case, would you be so kind as to call me a cab to the main airport?" He called Marcus himself, and Marcus gave him the okay to take me home. I thought he'd come to the airstrip and try to convince me not to leave, but he didn't. I guess he was done with me. Whatever. I tried to keep the tears from falling. 30 minutes later, we were up in the air. I gazed dully out the window, wrapped in a cashmere blanket a stewardess had found for me in storage, slowly emptying each shooter I'd swiped from the bungalow's minibar. $5, $9, $7? What did I care? I was still on the plane, and that was the deal, right? All expenses covered. Chapter 2. We chased the setting sun through 3 time zones, so it had just barely slipped below the horizon as we touched down in Los Angeles. I thanked the pilot and flight crew profusely. Captain Helmsman summoned me a cab home. The apartment was just as I'd left it, Amanda was out with Barry, sparing me the immediate retelling of my monumental night, and Divis was howling and stress-shedding in a corner. After tipping a bit of kibble into his bowl, I stripped out of my clothes and stood in the center of my bedroom in only my underwear. The alcohol had made me a bit fuzzy, but I soaked in the noise and stench of East Hollywood with a smile. The dream was over, but despite its countless flaws, I had never been so happy to be home. The sound of someone vomiting in the back alley brought me to my senses, and I pulled on a t-shirt and jeans. The apartment was still full of sharp little reminders of my time above the clouds, and I was determined to destroy every single one of them. 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of the huge dumpster in the parking lot, an armful of glittering fabrics and mementos clutched to my chest, facing an existential question. How did one throw away Prada? I pinched the dumpster lid between 2 fingers and peeked tentatively inside, reeling back in horror at the stench of rotting food and garbage coming from within. My arms tightened automatically, protecting the innocent clothes. I couldn't toss them on top of all of that, could I? Even if I did want a cathartic cleanse. The clothes hadn't done anything wrong. They were just helpless bystanders caught in the middle of all this. I hugged them to my chest, debating my options. Suddenly, I brightened. I darted back to my car and pulled out an old garment bag. I bundled up the memories solemnly into the bag. The least I could do was offer them this little amount of protection. Who knows? Maybe some poor girl exactly my size would be rooting through the trash, find them, and start a new chapter. A chapter where all her dreams would come true. Or maybe they'd rot in a landfill for the rest of time. With a long sigh, I returned to the dumpster. But I still couldn't do it. Come on, Bex, have a little willpower. It just seemed like such a waste. And what if it was the 9 vodka shooters talking? I didn't want to wake up in the morning and regret what I'd done.
Considering a move?
A greasy voice made me jump and turn around. Teller Hamburg, my landlord from hell, was meandering across the parking lot, eyeing the dumpster with a wicked grin.
This could be a step in the right direction.
He looked it up and down.
But I'm afraid I won't be able to give you a reference.
I kept my eyes straight forward, struggling to control my rage. I didn't have it in me to deal with this man right now. But, of course, Hamburg couldn't leave it alone.
And as much as I'd like to help you with first and last, I'm afraid I won't be able to return your security deposit either. That mangy cat of yours is sure to have done some damage.
Listen up, you little slimy worm. His eyes bugged out, and he fell back a step as my voice echoed through the lot. I have neither the time nor patience to deal with you and your pathetic little, my entire vocabulary is rooted in housing terminology threats. I got your eviction notice already, and I have the money to pay you. So either accept it and back the fuck off or don't, and I'll write you up for sexual harassment as well as being a pain in my ass before I go. My voice echoed off into silence, and a warm flush hummed through my chest. That felt great. I should have done it months ago. Talk about a cathartic experience. Maybe now I didn't have to throw away my clothes. For a second, I thought he was going to be sick, but he eventually pulled himself together enough to stammer.
Eviction notice? You're not being evicted. I mean, not anymore.
I jutted out my chin. Damn right I'm not. Wait, what do you mean, not anymore? He looked at me like maybe I was stupid.
Your back rent has all been paid.
My face went blank. What?
By that man who climbed up the fire escape to your apartment. He paid everything the first day he came here.
With sudden clarity, I pieced together several things at once. The day the papers had spilled from my car and Marcus had helped me pick them up. The casual way he'd stuffed his hands deep in his pockets before saying goodbye. The way I'd been distractedly surprised that Hamburg wasn't bothering me about leaving. At first, I was just shocked. Why wouldn't Marcus tell me? What was the point of a gesture like that if I didn't even know it was from him? Of course, Marcus had paid. Because paying for things was so very easy for him. Because it required no human emotion, only a checkbook. This acting gig was supposed to be emotionless. This wasn't supposed to include back rent. This wasn't supposed to end with a proposal on a grand stage. I walked over to the nearby Goodwill bin. I finally decided that I would donate the clothing to charity rather than throw it away. With an exasperated shriek, I lifted the lid and tossed the garment bag carelessly into the bin. Then I went back upstairs, leaving a bewildered Hamburg teller behind. That was it. Everything out. I stomped through the entire apartment, black Sharpieing Marcus-related events off the calendar, throwing out old mocha cups and 2 Ferris wheel tickets I'd kept from that night at the beach. I got rid of anything and everything I could, until I got to the bracelet. It was hanging up on my nightstand, dangling from my lamp so that when the sun rose every morning, it sparkled light all over my walls. The rampage stopped with the bracelet. I plucked it from the lamp and stuffed it deep in my purse, but I kept it. I simply couldn't bear to throw it away. That fact alone made me want to slap myself. Here I was, placing all the blame on Marcus, but I had been the idiot to go along with his crazy plan. I was the one who lied at the party to begin with and planted the notion in his head. I was the one who'd placed the money behind the popsicles, and I was the one who had kissed him back on the beach that day. I was the one who let my feelings get involved. Yes, the blame was at least partially on me. But at least I didn't propose. Amanda called me, and I told her everything.
What did you think was going to happen, Bex?
I don't know.
Did you think the billionaire was going to kiss you, then get on his knees and really propose to you? Come on, get out of dreamland.
No, of course not.
But we both felt emotion in those kisses.
I know there was something there.
Chemistry.
No, it was more. And he just blew them off as kisses to make the fake girlfriend gig look even more convincing.
Why did you kiss him?
I was attracted to him from day one, you know that. He's gorgeous. And when he looked at me, well, I couldn't resist. I was kissing him for real. It wasn't just for show. I don't know. I'm so confused.
The job's over, right? So forget about him.
You never kissed him. You can't forget a kiss like that. You just can't.
At least you didn't sleep with him.
I blew out a long breath. If I couldn't get over a kiss, I'd never get over that.
So forget about the kisses.
How many men can kiss like that? He kissed me like no one has ever done before.
But he's a player. He kisses girls on a daily basis. It's what he does. So of course he's experienced. He's an asshole. And he has to hire somebody to make him look like he's a saint. Just run away while you still can.
His kiss was addictive.
Because he gets lots of practice. Now enough about the kiss. Everything worked out. You did him a big favor, and you got paid. Case closed.
I left a day early. I'm not sure if he'll even pay me the rest now.
Of course he will. So what if you bailed out a day early because you got your feelings hurt? You accomplished the job, and if he doesn't pay you, then he'll have to deal with me, and I'll give him hell.
I know you would.
You should have let me take the acting gig. I wouldn't have gotten involved. I love Barry way too much to hurt him.
And Barry would have flipped out about the proposal.
Yeah, that might have messed things up. It's a good thing I didn't take the job.
Let's put it behind us, okay?
Okay.
I hung up and pondered everything.
I was so gullible. I tried to tell myself that those kisses meant nothing, but deep down, I knew they meant something to me. I just wish they would have meant something to him. Filled with fresh vindication, I deleted his number and ringtone from my phone and hurled myself down on my bed, feeling about as terrible as possible. For one of the first times in my life, I didn't dream. Chapter 3. To my extreme relief, when I woke up the next morning, everything was perfectly ordinary. There were no galas to attend, no fundraisers with people I didn't know, no photographers camped outside my window, because they probably still thought I was in the Caribbean with Marcus. Everything had gone back to the way it was supposed to be. Life had moved on, and I was certainly ready to move on with it. I'd gotten up a few minutes before my alarm and took an uncharacteristic morning shower. Usually I was a night person. After quickly blow-drying my hair, I let it fall in loose waves down my back, enjoying the stray curls as I applied a thin dusting of makeup. When I was satisfied, I pulled on my favorite amethyst scrubs and a pair of new running shoes my mom had gotten me in an effort to make me work out. I even wore my lucky robot socks. Yep, it was time for a fresh start, and I was going to put my best foot forward. No pun intended. Fine, pun kind of intended. The point being, I was ready for a clean slate. I even took the time to graciously clean Davis's water bowl before I left for work, setting it down with a grand relish in front of him. I headed out to the bus stop with a determined smile. I'd also ignored the red light flashing frantically on my phone. I'd missed a call from my mom, and she'd no doubt left a voicemail chastising me for neglect. I'd call her back after my shift, I decided, throwing the phone onto the sofa. On most days, I'd never consider leaving without it, but this was an exception. The thought of cutting myself off from the world and burying my head in something normal held an absurdly strong appeal, and I skipped merrily down the garbage-lined streets, delighted to be catching the early bus. This was going to be a good day, damn it, even if I had to hold a gun to its head. My stellar attitude must have shown, because I could have sworn people were looking at me differently on the bus. I avoided the sideways glances and subtle stares with a fixed smile, keeping my eyes fastened on the road as I slid on my sunglasses. Worst-case scenario, I had something stuck to my scrubs. Best-case scenario, my new aura was already rubbing off on people, and I was going to start a cult of positivity. Either way, not so bad. I jumped off the bus a stop early so I could duck into my favorite coffee shop and grab a mocha to keep me going through work. The place was packed as usual, but I slipped quickly into line and watched as my favorite barista, Kelly, danced back and forth behind the counter, multitasking, with a grace and speed I was certain I could never achieve. My vision blurred distractedly as I started running through my mental checklist for the day. Right after work, I was heading to the bank. Then I needed to send off the first auto repair check to the shop. Pretty sure that's her, Rebecca something or other. I turned around with a slight frown to see a group of people staring my way. Staring because I was staring, no doubt. My face quickly cleared with an apologetic smile. Sorry, thought I heard my name. They froze for a second, before returning nervously to their huddle as I turned back around. A strange chill was creeping slowly up my spine. I didn't think I could be imagining it. I didn't think I was being paranoid. People were definitely staring at me. My heart sank a fraction of an inch despite my supreme efforts to keep it afloat, and I checked my clothes as discreetly as I could. No big deal. I just ask Kelly whatever it was, fix it, and continue on with my sunshiny normal day. Hey,
I greeted her preemptively as I reached the counter. "Do I have something—" "Rebecca!" Her face lit up, and she handed me an already prepared mochaccino. "I see you caught the early bus." She glanced quickly around, then leaned forward with a conspiratorial whisper. "Congratulations." I blinked. A rather lackluster thing to be congratulated for, but I commended her optimism. That sort of attitude was exactly the thing my new cult of positivity needed. "Thanks," I said slowly, shooting her a curious look before heading back outside. Still mulling over the strange encounter, I hurried down the sidewalk, gripping my mocha in one hand and rummaging around in my purse with the other. The walk through the park to the hospice center wasn't far, but I still had to step on it if I didn't want to be late. On that note, I needed to remember to talk to Lisa, my supervisor, about a possible schedule change. I hadn't fulfilled the end of the bargain by staying the full weekend like I was supposed to. Now that I wasn't going to be getting the other half of my supplemental income, I'd need to pick up an extra shift here or there if I— Ow! My scalding hot mocha spilled down the front of my scrubs as I walked headfirst into a man who had stopped suddenly on the cement. Ripping off the sunglasses, I gave myself a once-over before turning to him, unsure as to whose fault the collision had been. "I'm so sorry." I apologized quickly, relieved to see that he hadn't burned himself as well. "Wasn't looking where I was going." The man's look of indignation transformed before my very eyes, lighting up to one of scarcely contained excitement as he waved a newspaper at me. "You're the girl, right?" If you live in LA long enough, you learn to avoid getting sucked into people's crazy. I put my sunglasses back on. "No, sorry, wrong person," I said quickly as I hurried on past. "The girl with Marcus Taylor." I stopped dead in my tracks, fighting the urge to smack myself on the forehead. Of course. The looks on the bus, Kelly's congratulations, the newspaper. The pictures from the diabetes fundraiser gala had to have come out in the paper. Marcus and I had posed for so many different events these last 2 weeks I could scarcely keep track. And of course, those had to come out today. Today of all days. The day after I was making every concerted effort to put those 2 weeks and that gigantic mistake behind me. I was going to have to deal with the fallout sooner or later. I should have expected this. Without another word, I walked off through the grove, dodging looks and angry pedestrians alike. So much for having a Marcus-free morning, I thought, as I tipped my change automatically into my customary homeless man's cup. Not that it would have lasted long anyway. The second Amanda got home, I'd have to relive the whole thing. I'd have to relive it when I pulled that money out of the freezer and finally took it to the bank, an errand I'd been postponing on the off chance they'd think I'd stolen it or ask me why it was so cold. And I'd have to relive it every time I saw his handsome face on a magazine or in the news somewhere. No matter how hard I tried to avoid it, Marcus Taylor would be plaguing me, to some degree or another, every day for the rest of my life. He was impossible to escape. For the second time that morning, I froze in place. Then, without warning, I turned back around. Splashes of my mocha sprayed out in a wide arc, and I ignored the angry protests of my fellow pedestrians as I returned once more to the homeless man. My fingers fished around in my purse for a second before I came up a moment later with a handful of diamonds. Without pausing to think, I dropped the bracelet into the man's cup and walked away.
"Well, what's this?"
he called hoarsely behind me. "Merry Christmas!" Impossible to escape? Well, that damn well didn't mean I wouldn't try. I got to work a few minutes later and threw my purse down in my cubby. It was unusually quiet in the front lobby, so I sank into the chair behind the front desk for a moment and rubbed my eyes. When I'd gotten up this ordinary morning, This was not what I'd had in mind. All the stress, jet lag, and fatigue from the last few days had me hovering right at the edge of my limits, threatening at any moment to push me over. With a weary sigh, I put my elbows on the edge of the counter and caught my head in my hands, smoothing back my hair as I breathed through the anxiety with another deep sigh. It would be all right. This, too, would pass. That's when I realized something was wrong. I couldn't tell you how. It was that inexplicable feeling I get sometimes. The one that raised the hair on the back of my neck, like the calm before a storm. In a sudden rush, I pushed to my feet and started down the quiet hall. An abnormal hush had fallen over the entire facility, and I quickened my pace as I rounded a corner and saw a group of people crowded around a room. Room 207. I stopped where I stood. I knew that room. And I knew what Lisa was going to tell me even before she spotted me and headed over through the crowd. "She passed away early this morning," she murmured consolingly. "It came on suddenly, but it was very quick. Her daughter is on her way down right now to try to arrange something for the funeral. I don't think they can really afford." I didn't hear the rest of what she said. Before I knew what was happening, I'd slid down the wall and was sitting with my back against a door, staring wordlessly at the mournful crowd. Lisa knelt in front of me with concern. It wasn't like me to lose my head over the death of a resident. It was a standard part of the job, one which I'd been able to work through and compartmentalize many years ago. But not this one. And not today. "Honey, why don't you take the afternoon off?" She placed an almost motherly hand on my knees and looked at me kindly. "I know how much Mrs. Diaz meant to you. You can come back tomorrow if you want to speak with the family." I nodded numbly, keeping my eyes on the door. "I can't leave. My other patients need me." She returned to the crowd, but I stayed where I was against the wall, staring at the now empty room of a good friend of mine. Mrs. Diaz had been one of the first patients I ever had after completing my certification. I was nervous implementing the things I studied on real people, and she had the time of her life faking seizures when I took her blood pressure, screaming at needle pricks. We had to get blood sugars, and doing basically anything else she could think of to scare me out of my mind. After I threatened to discreetly make her take showers 5 times a week if the behavior continued, she and I had struck up a fast friendship. She was initially here recovering from a botched knee surgery, so that gave us plenty of time to talk as I walked her through countless months of physical therapy. She told me about her life, and I told her about mine. She knew I was a struggling actress. She celebrated with me every time I got a minor part. She even advised me to let Amanda keep Divas, saying that I needed a pet who loved me. I was temporarily devastated when she left, but 6 months later, she returned with a different diagnosis: dementia. This day was decidedly different from the first. Some days would be just like the old times. She'd ask after my mother and threaten to lock herself in the shower if I didn't bring her Oreos and Chinese. Some days I'd walk inside and she'd have no idea who I was. Her body was in fine shape, but her mind was deteriorating quickly, leaving her family with few options but to check her into our facility to protect her for the remainder of her time. And while it was the right move for Mrs. Diaz, it left her family on the verge of medical bankruptcy. They would not be able to afford the service she deserved. They would hardly be able to afford a service at all. I quickly wiped my face and pushed to my feet, hurrying back down the hall before anyone else could stop me and ask if I was okay. I was most decidedly not okay. The only bit of luck I had that day was that I was able to keep myself from crying until I made it back to the apartment. The second I was inside, I dropped my purse on the floor and flew down the hall, collapsing on my bed and pressing a pillow to my face to stifle the sobs.
I knew it was selfish. I knew it went against the very nature of my profession, but I wasn't ready to let Mrs. Diaz go yet. There were more things I wanted to share with her, more good days she needed to have. Her daughter was supposed to visit last month but had cancelled at the last minute because her child was ill. She was going to come this month instead. Another set of sobs shook my entire body, and I curled my knees up around the pillow. I barely heard the soft footsteps that headed down the hall, and when my door pushed open, I assumed it was Amanda. It wasn't until I caught the telltale whiff of sandalwood that I knew I'd gotten it wrong.
"Rebecca," he said.
"Hi, Marcus."
"Some guy named Barry let me in. He said Amanda ran to the store."
"That's my roommate's boyfriend. Come on in."
I didn't care that he was the epicenter of all my anger. When he sat next to me on the bed, I climbed up onto his lap and buried my head in his chest. One hand wrapped around my back as another gently stroked my hair. There was no tension or rush. He stayed there with me like that until I finally lifted my head and looked up. A kind smile was staring back at me, and a pair of ocean-gray eyes.
"Are you okay?"
he murmured softly, wiping the remaining tears from my cheeks.
"I didn't know you'd be this upset over the fake engagement."
"It's not that."
"Then what?"
My face crumbled and I shook my head.
"A patient of mine died today. She was the first patient I ever had. If I'd gotten there an hour sooner, I could have said goodbye."
My voice cut off again, and I collapsed back into him in a fit of tears.
"Oh, Rebecca,"
he breathed, holding me tight against him as he rocked us both back and forth.
"I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
I shuddered and gripped the back of his shirt even tighter.
"Her family can't even pay for a funeral. I can't imagine—"
"It's okay. It's going to be okay," he soothed. "Just breathe."
Taking his advice, I tried to even my choppy breathing, counting each one out and timing them with his. After a few minutes, I finally was able to calm down, but neither one of us moved. We stayed there, wrapped tightly in each other's arms, ignoring all the reasons we should be kept apart, if only for a moment. Finally, I shifted around and sat up so I could look him in the face. I wiped my cheeks and flushed with embarrassment, but he squeezed my hand and smiled without shame. "Thanks for letting me leave without a fight," I said softly, my throat thick from crying.
"You weren't my prisoner. If you were mad and wanted to leave, then that was your choice."
"You don't have to pay me. I know I broke our verbal contract. I was supposed to stay until Sunday."
"You said yes to my marriage proposal. You did the job flawlessly. So what if you left a day early? I plan to pay you in full."
"Thank you," I said. "That means so much to me. I really need the money to pay off all the credit debt I've racked up."
"How did you make it through takeoff?" he continued curiously.
I lay prone on the floor of the cabin. It actually wasn't so bad, but your stewardess thinks I'm a narcoleptic. He dropped his head and chuckled silently before those eyes flashed back to mine. "You look nice," I said.
"Thank you."
He smiled too, but it faded the longer he stared at me.
"I came here expecting a fight. I didn't think."
I shrugged helplessly, and his face grew suddenly serious.
"Rebecca, I didn't know how to tell you. Takahari set up a meeting, but he needs more time. I need more time."
His eyes dropped down to the comforter.
"I didn't think you'd say yes, and I didn't know what to do. I panicked."
I shook my head and glanced out the window. "Marcus, I don't want to fight."
"I'm so sorry."
He squeezed my hand and I looked back at him. There was a vulnerability to his face I'd never seen before, a need for forgiveness, from a man who didn't need anything. "I've never been sorrier for anything," he murmured. "I didn't want to ruin your future moments for the sake of my own. I never wanted to hurt you at all. Please, know that." I probably should have rallied a bit longer. It was a public proposal, after all. I should have finished the weekend, but I was exhausted and drained. I needed a friend, not a fight. And the truth was, I did know he was sorry. I knew he would never do anything intentionally to hurt me. "It's okay," I heard myself saying. And I guessed it was. It was in the past. Time to move on. Marcus's eyebrows shot up, giving him an adorable look of surprise. "Okay," he repeated in disbelief. "This coming from the girl who maced me." "What? It's really that hard to believe I can be merciful? I do work in the nursing field." He laughed shortly. "No, it's just... I'm surprised. I thought there was no way you would ever be okay with this, especially after..." His voice trailed off at my blank stare and he backpedaled quickly. "Did you happen to get up this morning and go straight to work, without really watching the news or reading the paper?" That same eerie chill ran all the way up my spine. "You didn't think I'd be okay with this after... what, Marcus?" It looked like he wanted to stall, but knew he was out of options. With a look of dread, he climbed off the bed and led me back to the kitchen where a copy of today's paper was laid out on the counter. My jaw dropped open in horror as I stared at the headline. "How a Nursing Assistant Tamed a Billionaire." I backed away from the counter as if it had caught fire. Oh my gosh. My voice was low and kept catching in my throat. "Everyone thinks I'm really getting married to you? This is like headline news. I thought this might hit the local paper, but it's everywhere. I wonder if my family has seen this yet." "It's gone viral." My jaw dropped. "It's okay." Marcus held up his hands, trying to calm me down. "I can fix this." My head started shaking very quickly back and forth. "This means everyone's seen it." "Rebecca," he pleaded, "this is not beyond repair. I have people who can take care of this. Somehow. Let's just sit down and think about it rationally." "And if everyone's seen it, that means..." In a flash, I darted to the sofa and snatched up my phone. The one missed call from my mom had multiplied into 44 since I tossed it on the sofa that morning and left for work. For a second, everything was quiet. And then, even as I looked at it, the phone began to ring. Chapter 4. "Are you going to answer that?" Marcus finally asked after the 5th ring. "No," I whispered, eyeing the phone like at any moment it might explode. "No, maybe if we just ignore it, it will go away." There was a moment of silence as the call ended. Flashing each other quick looks, we both leaned hesitantly over the table, peering down at the innocuous little device. A shrill ring made us jump back again. "Shit!" I cursed, snapping off the volume and throwing it back down on the couch. With any luck, it would give up and die somewhere between the cushions. A defiant, muffled vibrating told me I was wrong. Ever the problem solver, Marcus stepped forward. "Okay," he said calmly. "Here's what we're going to do." "No! I'll tell you what we're going to do," I interrupted in a desperate bid to grasp whatever was left of my dwindling control of the situation. He paused politely, and my mind scrambled as I began pacing. What were we going to do? I could not tell my mother. That much was certain. Aside from Amanda, she was the only other person I loved in this world, and I was absolutely not going to disappoint her like this. I didn't care if it meant actually walking down an aisle and marrying the handsome bastard. I could not tell her that this was all just a lie. Or worse yet, a business arrangement. The thought of exchanging fake romance for money would make her stomach turn. My mom had always been a sucker for love stories, the sappier the better. If she knew that I had fabricated one in front of the whole world just to catch up on some back rent, I honestly thought she might disown me. Then again, if I didn't pick up that phone in a hurry, she might disown me anyway. Okay, I said again. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through with it. Every muscle in Marcus's handsome face froze. You want to get married? No, gosh, no! I shuddered at the thought. I had never planned on getting married. Never really planned on having kids or falling in love. I'd always imagined my life as that of a nomadic movie star. A sultry ingenue with a series of passionate affairs that would last me into my late 70s, at which point I would retire to life on an island with a bunch of hot men at my beck and call. Granted, it was a tentative plan, but a plan nonetheless. No, I said again, pacing divots into the floor. I want to keep up the illusion. You said it yourself. This is a business arrangement, right? Why can't we both get what we want? Marcus nodded slowly. Yes. Do you still need to impress Mr. Takahari? Yes, he hasn't signed on yet, but he's close. Then we keep up the charade, I said again, more firmly this time. My mother is the only family I have left in this world, and I'm absolutely not going to disappoint her like this. We'll kill two birds with one stone. Carry on the relationship, engagement, whatever, for a month or so until Takahari is definitely on board, and in the meantime, keep up pretenses for my friends and family. Marcus nodded mildly, taking an unfamiliar backseat position. And my friends and family? He reached out to catch me, but I paced even faster, half ignoring, half dismissing, as my devious plan settled into place. You made your bed. Now you have to lie in it, I said. But don't worry, this won't be long, I promise. He opened his mouth to say something, but wisely thought better of it, sitting down instead on a stool by the counter with a slightly bemused look on his face. I was desperately trying to keep in control, but my eyes kept flitting back to our picture under a national news headline. When my phone buzzed angrily again from the couch, I brought my fists up to my temples and closed my eyes. It'll be fine, I muttered quietly, trying to steady myself. After a month or so, we'll just say that it fizzled out. I'll give you back the ring, and we'll go our separate ways. Nothing flashy or newsworthy. We'll part as friends. He stepped into my line of vision and leaned his head down to catch my eye. I say we put this plan into motion. His shoulders loosened a bit, and he even dared to go out on a limb and flash that signature charming smile. I couldn't believe he'd put me in this position. My eyes flew suddenly around the room. Wait, do you still have the ring? I left it on the desk with the necklace. His face was unreadable as he reached into his pocket and held out an open hand, a massive diamond sparkling in the center. I examined it briefly. Good. Romance be damned. I snatched it up and shoved it onto my finger. It felt awkward there. It was the scary finger I never put a ring on, no matter what it was. And this was a doozy. Too much weight, and I felt certain the oversized gem was sure to catch on something. Marcus studied my face. a strange, anxious emotion dancing behind his eyes.
Do you like it?
I ran my hands back tiredly through my hair and winced as the rock caught on one of my curls. It's beautiful. I couldn't stop staring at it when you slid it on my finger that night. You have great taste, Marcus.
Thank you.
It's bigger than I would have personally liked, but it's absolutely lovely. Again, he looked like he was about to say something, but instead he merely dropped his head, tugging absent-mindedly on the stool's cushion. The phone buzzed again, and a spasm rocketed up my spine. I need to get that, I muttered helplessly, keeping a safe distance from behind the kitchen counter. It's my mom. We both stayed frozen as it buzzed twice more, then stopped. Our heads whirled toward the front door as Amanda's disembodied voice floated up from the outer hall. I wake up naked in the bed of a man, extract myself from having the greatest sex ever to recharge with a little coffee, spot the newspaper lying on the counter, and lo and behold, what do I find? Her voice trailed off in shock as she pushed open the front door and saw Marcus standing beside me. For a moment she flushed, then she gestured to us, as if it was all part of her plan. The happy couple! There was a beat of silence. We all three looked different directions, trying to come up with something to say. I looked at the phone. Amanda looked at her nails. Divis yowled pitifully for attention and collapsed in the middle of our awkward triangle. Then Marcus rushed suddenly forward, bending over backward to play as nice as humanly possible.
You must be Amanda. It's a real pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Marcus Taylor.
He offered a hand. Still shaken, Amanda lifted her hand but suddenly hesitated, glancing instead in my direction. Are we happy about this? She looked around. Hey, where's Barry? He let Marcus in, but then I didn't see him when I got up. Oh, I'm sure he'll be back. I'll text him. She looked at Marcus. Do you want a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
I'd finally plucked up the courage to dial my mother. The line on the other end told ominously with each unanswered ring. I'd ignored my mom. Now my mom was going to make me work for it. I hung up and called again. My mouth went dry and my face went pale as the phone line opened. It was the literal calm before the storm. The only sound on both ends was each of our tense breathing. My eyelids snapped shut as I weighed my options. I knew I'd get to say about one sentence before she really let me have it. Hi, Mom. So you'll never guess what happened? Sure enough, she was off. Do not hey Mom me. I know exactly what you've been up to, you little Judas, because I read about it in the papers, and if you think... Amanda instantly forgot her coffee amends and sank down with me on the couch, holding my hand and listening in silence as I held the phone between us. It took a while, and it wasn't pretty. We flinched at all the same times, and during the whole rampage all I could think was... This fucking gorgeous billionaire got me into this mess by doing the most romantic, charming, wonderful thing in the world. Halfway through, I looked up into those spellbinding eyes, and he touched my arm as if offering me encouragement. Okay, Mom, I said after a 10-minute rant. I love you too, and I'm excited to see you. I can't wait for you to meet... Marcus. Did you forget his name? Amanda mouthed accusingly. I shook my head and smacked her as my mother hung up in a huff. She had been only partially appeased by the fact that my intended was a beautiful philanthropist with more money than Donald Trump. That still left plenty of room for vitriol and shrill screaming betrayal. I could tell from the fading jingling of a dog bell that Muggsy, her little Pekingese, had run for cover. According to my mother, neglecting to tell her I was dating someone until we got engaged was an oversight of titanic proportions. I tried to counter by going the "it all happened really fast, we haven't known each other all that long" route, but to be fair, even I don't know why I thought that might work any better. She was flying down first thing tomorrow morning, she'd said. That is, unless I just wanted to marry him first and introduce her afterward. When it was over, I set the phone down on the coffee table with a grimace. Amanda bit her lip and stared at the excuses she'd been rapidly scribbling on a piece of binder paper, jabbing them with a pencil for me to interject. I'd done my best, but things like, "I was just as surprised as you are," didn't sound quite as convincing in the cold light of day, not to mention, they struck a little too close to home. As our heart rate slowly returned to normal, both Amanda and I glared accusingly at Marcus. A second later, Divis hopped up on the couch to join us. In perhaps a greater testament to self-preservation than remorse, Marcus had the decency to flush and look away. "Well, she's flying down to meet you," I said, smiling. "I hope you'll like your new fake mother-in-law." Amanda sighed sympathetically. "You can't lie to her like that." "I have no choice, and I really feel bad about it." She looked at Marcus. "You shouldn't have involved Becca's family. Now that's crossing the line." "I didn't think it would come to all of this." Amanda blew out a long breath. "Maybe being stuck with a future mother-in-law is punishment." I leaned back against the cushions and closed my eyes with a tired sigh. "He'll find a way to spin it to his advantage." "Against Sharon?" she asked skeptically. "I don't think so. Even he's not that good." Guys, I'm right here," Marcus tried to interject. I ignored him. "Mark my words. First he'll charm her with some extravagant gift. A diamond collar for Muggsy." "Who's Muggsy?" he tried again. "Then he'll con her by saying all the right words. 'Oh, isn't it lovely, Mrs. Wood?' Or should I call you Mom?" "I would never play with your mother's emotions that way." "Then, before she fully understands what she's doing, he'll whisk her off to some tropical island, butter her up in a little beach hut with perfect clothes, then lure her onto a stage so he can propose marriage in front of half the UN. Okay, so I admit, that part was over the line. Amanda shifted around on the couch. "There were delegates from the UN there? What about, like, ambassadors and governors and stuff?" I shook my head. "I already know where you're going with this. No one there had the specific jurisdictional authority to expunge our parking tickets. I already checked." "Damn," Amanda said. "Is there any way I can get into this gig? I'm a good actress, and my family would love Marcus. Does he have a brother who needs a fake girlfriend?" I stifled a smirk. "I'd even be willing to do a pregnancy announcement on CNN. I'm a lot more flexible than Becca here." I chuckled. "Yeah, right. You have Barry now." He didn't rise to take the bait. In fact, he didn't do anything but stare steadily back at us, his eyes heavy with remorse. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'm truly, deeply sorry. I'll say it as many times as you'd like to hear, and do anything I can to make it right." There was a hitch in her breathing, and she glanced at me tentatively. I saw the telltale signs. The "isn't that adorable" pursing of her lips, the softening of her eyes as she inwardly melted at the eloquent sincerity. I hit her with a pillow. Amanda blinked quickly like she was coming up for air. "Shit, you're right. Sharon doesn't stand a chance." She let out another sigh and looked at Marcus. "I'm sure you have to get on the line with your publicist to figure out a way to capitalize on all this media attention."
Just ignore her, I said. She's a little overprotective of me. I'll text you where to meet us tomorrow after we pick up my mom. I then looked at Amanda. I'm getting paid for all this publicity stuff, and it's my job, so stop it.
We can renegotiate the contract, Marcus said, since things are far more complicated now.
My best friend needs at least $50,000. I mean, now she has to fool her family and friends, and that's not cool. Plus, she gets to keep the ring and any future jewelry or clothes you purchase for her. And I promise I won't let her give the stuff away.
He grinned. Done. She held out her hand.
Then we got a deal. Wait, isn't this my deal? I laughed. I'm working on your behalf, she said. I should get a cut. When she winked, I laughed. Oh, wait, Amanda said. We have to iron out the kissing clause. Is that allowed? I blew out a long breath. No more kissing. It just gets in the way. We'll keep it strictly professional. I will do what I was hired to do. Be one hell of a fake girlfriend without tongue. He nodded.
I know this is messing up your life, and I know this is my fault, but I'm going to get us through it, Marcus said, getting down on one knee. You don't have to worry.
You might want to avoid getting down on one knee, buddy, Amanda muttered, eyeing his submissive position and sensing the impending explosion. My eyes narrowed. Don't have to worry?
I'm just saying, I'm going to take care of this, he said earnestly. It's like you said. In a month or so, it will all be over, and we'll get back to our happy lives.
I'd also keep your face away from her shoes, Amanda said. My gaze met his. The entire world thinks the two of us are getting married because you had the nerve to propose. My mother is flying down from Washington to roast me alive for not mentioning that I've apparently fallen in love, and it's only a matter of time before CNN, NBC, MSNBC, and whatever other news channels there are find me and lay siege to my apartment. We'll have to build a moat. Divas will starve because we won't be able to leave to get him food. The roaches will get sealed in with us. I sucked in a breath and jumped to my feet, pulling Amanda up too as Marcus went scrambling back. So tell me again, how exactly do you expect me not to worry?
Rebecca, he said practically, holding up his hands for peace. Enough with the theatrics. I seriously doubt we'll have to build a moat.
Well, maybe I should just move in with you in that fancy mansion. Oh yeah, he'd hate that. I loved putting him on the spot, just like he did with me with the marriage proposal. But at least I'd have peace and quiet from all the paparazzi that would soon be camped out below my apartment. He laughed as if I was joking. I'm serious, baby doll.
Well then, sweetie, I'll get a room prepared for you ASAP.
Okay, we're moving way too fast. I was just kidding. Amanda met his gaze. If Becca doesn't want to, I'd be more than happy to move into the guest quarters. I playfully slugged her. She laughed. What girl wouldn't want to stay in that mansion? You saw it at the party. It was mind-blowing. Marcus suddenly got a phone call and had to immediately leave. I waved goodbye as he rushed off. Chapter 5. I sometimes wondered if Amanda and I were single-handedly keeping the tequila industry in business. The bottle lay on the floor between us, spinning empty, as we took turns knocking it back and forth. Divas had been crouched in a wedge between the wall and the television for the last 40 minutes, waiting for a mouse to make its move. Okay, so you get what I mean now? About the eyes? Amanda nodded, half slumped atop a fallen cushion. Yeah, those eyes are pretty intense. I would have fallen for the eyes, too. She gave the bottle another whirl. Barry's eyes are brown. I think brown eyes are the best. She shrugged. They're pretty, but Marcus's eyes, they're dreamy. I tilted my head drunkenly to the side. Well, at least Barry would never take you to a tropical island and fake propose. The bottle paused. Yeah, Amanda made a face. Good thing I never have to worry about that. We laughed and rolled onto our backs, staring up at the creaking ceiling fan as it spun in a long, suffering circle. After a minute, I shook my head. No, you're going to have the perfect proposal, the perfect man, and the perfect wedding. And best of all, it will all be real. Maybe I'll date Stan downstairs. He's really quiet and boring, but he's cute. And I wouldn't have any drama in my life. She shook her head, trying and failing to sit up. Whoa, your standards have gotten low. Low standards? I mocked, waving my ring in front of her face. You call this low? She giggled and snatched it off my hand, trying it on herself. Oh my gosh, she said in alarm, dropping her hand dramatically to the floor. How do you even keep from knocking into things? This thing is insane. I know. I shook my head self-righteously. A veritable albatross. I bet it wouldn't even fit into a bottle, she mused, holding them both up and squinting appraisingly. I took them from her hands. Let's see. With a wave of comedic brute strength, I shoved the oversized ring against the mouth of the bottle. It fell inside with a loud clink. We both froze. Oh, shit! Amanda cried. Why did you make me do that? I panicked as I started shaking the bottle wildly upside down. It became immediately apparent that the ring wasn't going anywhere. She grabbed a pencil and handed it to me. I didn't make you do anything. You're the one who shoved it down there. What am I supposed to do with this? I waved the pencil around. Right to the mayor? You need to leverage it out, she explained, miming the motion. It's basic physics. That's... I paused. An interesting idea. We fiddled around with it for about a minute before throwing the pencil down in despair. That's never going to work. I don't even think it's scientifically sound. Her face fell as though she'd been let down. I saw it once in a movie. A movie? I thought you said... I thought I saw it in a movie, she murmured, but I might have made it up. Enough! We've got to get it out of there. I shook my head as the obvious solution hit me hard. I only hoped it didn't somehow backfire. Okay, one thing left to do. I took off down the hall to the bathroom, Amanda scampering along behind. What are you going to do? She asked with wide eyes as I prepped the tub. Wait, why do you need to use my towel? I finished spreading the towel out and took a giant step back. In case it gets glass in it. Yeah, I got that, she glared. But why do you need to use mine? With a fierce shriek, I hurled the bottle down into the tub. Nothing happened. I blinked. Well, I thought. Give it here, you weakling, she sneered, picking it up and winding back her arm. She cast it down with all her strength, but again, nothing. We both frowned. They must use really thick glass to protect it during shipping. I've got an idea, she said excitedly. She disappeared for a moment, then sailed back into the room clutching a hammer, a bat, and 2 pairs of ski glasses her parents had gotten us for Christmas. Her eyes sparkled as she handed 1 pair to me. I nodded my head, acknowledging the genius. That's brilliant. We strapped them on like the athletes we'd always intended to be, and I took the hammer. All right, you ready? Her eyes grew unnaturally focused. I was born for this. On the count of 3, we both lunged for the bottle, hitting and swinging with all our hearts. Someone,
we could never settle who, finally cracked the thing, but instead of stopping, we launched farther into the fray, giggling and screaming as we slowly demolished every sizable piece of glass. Beaming, I carefully extracted the ring, which I'd had the good sense to sweep to the side before the battle really heated up. "There," I said with a wide smile. "No harm done." There was a loud, belated snap, and a huge crack sprang up the center of the tub. Our faces fell as we stared at it, panting in the quiet aftermath.
"You know," Amanda said quietly, "this relationship situation may suck, but no matter how it might have spun off the rails, you did in fact sign up for it. What you need to do now is grow up, take the high road, and do the mature thing here."
My shoulders wilted.
"I should suck it up."
She shook her head, looking startled that I'd even mentioned it.
"You should get even."
So, confession. I may have deleted Marcus's number from my phone, but in truth, I'd memorized it by the end of the first day. In hindsight, this was probably a bad thing, because I had no problem dialing him up, despite the absurd amount of alcohol I'd already imbibed. "Rebecca?" he asked curiously, answering on the first ring. "I didn't think I'd be hearing from you until—" I laughed. "Well, you're hearing from me now." I hiccuped, and there was a pause on the other end. "You two got into the tequila again, didn't you?"
"That's neither here nor there,"
I slurred, watching as Amanda signed our names into the powdered glass with the tip of a razor.
"Listen, we're going out, and we're inviting you to come."
There was another incredulous pause, but when Marcus finally spoke, he sounded noticeably brighter, even relieved. "Where are we going?"
"Karaoke!"
Amanda shouted happily, deviating from our secret plan. I shushed her with a furious look, and her voice dropped down to an apologetic whisper.
"Karaoke."
This time, the pause was even longer still. Marcus was not a man who really, how should I put it, feared things. There were things that made him uncomfortable, some things that he'd even actively avoid, but nothing that he actually downright feared, except singing in public. It was his nightmare, confessed to me in a rare moment of open sharing that night on the beach. But you know my nightmare. Right after enraging my mother and public dancing, both of which he'd already made me do, getting married. That's right, a pound for a pound, an eye for an eye. He proposed to me on an international platform, so I was making him do this. He couldn't control every part of this relationship, even if it was fake. Besides, he might just have some fun. Sometimes he would have to leave his comfort zone. Sometimes he'd have to be the one to make some sacrifices. And I could think of no better way to make that happen. He cleared his throat, clearly trying to keep it together as he made up his mind. "And where are we going to do this?" His forced cheer wasn't fooling anyone. "K-Town," I grinned mischievously. "That's K for karaoke, and Korea. It's in Koreatown." "I know what K-Town is." "Just making sure." This time, the pause was all mine. Until... "Rebecca?" He accepted the challenge. "I'll see you there." Chapter 6. Karaoke with Marcus Taylor. There really are not words. I lay in bed the next morning, staring up at the ceiling with an arm thrown across my forehead, basking in the afterglow, playing scenes over in my mind, trying to decide if it had really happened, or if it was a cautionary side effect of drinking too much tequila. Marcus had met us at the club, and by club, I mean a little hole-in-the-wall dive bar in the middle of Koreatown, reeking with the stench of soy sauce and yesterday's sake still dripping down the wall. He wore a white collared shirt, pulled open a few buttons, and dark jeans. Nothing flashy, nothing that would make him stand out. Nothing except the priceless look on his face. Handsome features aside, I think I could have picked him out of a crowd based on nothing but his twitching, petrified expression. He looked like prey.
"Hi, guys," he said robotically as his eyes drifted up to the stage.
A black painted stool was perched in front of a microphone and a large speaker. Directly in front of the stage, 10 or 12 tables of noisy, laughing college kids were throwing back shots and shouting back and forth, daring each other to try. The more they drank, the more they yelled, the more Marcus's eyes dilated in abject terror. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he started tugging nervously on the cuffs of his sleeves. With how much I'd already had to drink, I actually felt sorry for him. "How about we get some shots?" I asked helpfully as Amanda and I snagged a table in a corner near the back. Marcus mumbled something about that being a good idea and disappeared to find a bartender. The second he was gone, Amanda grabbed my wrist over the table.
"Okay, mission abort. I feel bad."
Her eyes followed him sympathetically. He was standing awkwardly at one end of the bar, seemingly unaware of the proper etiquette if one's server wasn't wearing coattails. With a drunken grin, I crossed the room to help. "Hey!" I yelled loudly, hopping up onto the counter and leaning on my stomach. "Can we get some drinks down here?" The frazzled bartender flashed me the 1-second sign, and I grinned, turning back to Marcus. "What's it gonna be?" "Whiskey," he said without pause. There was a faint tremor in his hands as his eyes flicked back to the stage, and I felt myself suddenly soften as well. "Hey, listen." I put my hands on his shoulders, and for the first time since arriving, he actually met my gaze. His eyes widened as they traveled down my body in one fell swoop. Amanda and I had dressed up for the occasion, and by dressed up, I mean dressed down. I was wearing ink-black jeans that hung low on my bony hips, and the shirt I was sporting wasn't really a shirt at all. It was more of a halter-like scarf that stretched to cover anything important before falling in a stylish knot down my back. In short, he was probably seeing more of me now than he had when I was in the bikini. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to." I cocked my head toward the stage. I was drunk and vengeful, but now, well, I don't want to be spending the next few months with you if you're stumbling around suffering from PTSD. He didn't register a word. I could almost feel the heat from his gaze as it traced a slow line from my collarbone up my throat to my lips. His eyes rested there for a moment before flashing back up to my face.
"Sorry, what were you saying?"
He shook his head and leaned closer to hear me over the noise. I flushed a little and stretched up on my toes, bringing my lips to his ear. "I said you're off the hook. You don't have to sing anything." He leaned back and stared at me speculatively. I could almost see the desperate battle warring just behind those eyes. But after a moment, he flashed a faint grin and shook his head.
"I proposed to you in front of the world."
The flashing lights made his look of remorse even more pronounced.
"The least I can do is crucify myself in front of these people."
The waiter returned. Before I could say a word, Marcus ordered a 5th of Jack Daniels and 2 waters, slapping his money down on the counter. Water? I asked petulantly. Amanda was sure to be displeased. Yeah, Marcus said distractedly, eyes locked on the stage. Rebecca, you realize the whole time we've been talking, you've been standing on somebody's purse, right? I looked down in surprise and quickly maneuvered myself back through the crowd to our table, clutching the waters as Marcus followed with the bottle.
Not what I had in mind.
Amanda frowned as she took a sip. Trust me, I think we need it. I glanced around at the increasingly raucous bar. So, do you know what you're going to sing, or? Our mouths dropped open in identical looks of shock as Marcus tilted his head back and downed half the bottle in one shot. He lowered it with a gasp but wouldn't set it down, clutching it between white knuckles as he stared, panting, up at the stage.
Will that kill him?
Amanda whispered, eyeing the half-empty bottle.
I don't know,
I whispered back.
Google it.
She whipped out her phone as I gently tugged the whiskey from his stubborn hands. No such luck. He shot me a sarcastic look and took another shot.
Marcus, seriously?
I was still half slurring myself and wished I had a firmer platform on which to stand.
You don't need to do this. I forgive you, okay? We're in this together.
I playfully punched his shoulder.
I'm your fiancé, and I'm going to stick by your side.
I held up my ring.
See this? It means I'm your partner now. Your pretend partner. So I'm here for you, baby.
He looked once more at the stage, tilting a bit with drunken tunnel vision, and took an automatic step back. But when he turned to me, his eyes were dead clear. This is happening. His voice dropped, and he stared down at the bottle. I'd do a lot more for you, you know. Amanda's eyebrows shot up, and I bit my lip, trying to clear my suddenly blushing face.
Well, in that case, I highly recommend Don't Stop Believing by Journey. It's a classic.
He held up a dismissive hand and snagged the bottle for a final shot. Rebecca, I've lived this moment in nightmares since I was 13. He turned to the stage with a look of dark determination. I know what song to sing. I kissed him. I thought we said no kissing, he said. I wrapped my arms around him and gazed into his eyes. That was for luck. He smiled. Just luck, huh? I grinned. Yeah, go get him, tiger. With no further ado, he weaved his way through the crowd and stumbled up onto the stage. It was like he'd been called to the chopping block, kneeling in stained sawdust and staring up at his executioners as we lowered the blade. But he smiled weakly when the crowd gave him their obligatory cheer and took the microphone from the stand. This one goes out to my fiancé, he said softly, locking eyes with mine. The most beautiful, violent, terrifying, wonderful girl I've ever met. This is to our time together, Bex. The crowd cheered again, and a warm flush spread through my stomach, something that had nothing to do with the booze. He called me Bex. Then the lights went dark as a single spotlight shined down on the stage. A hush fell over the crowd. He stood in shadowed silhouette, the single beam of light making a dark halo around his curls. An electric guitar rang out 3 chords in the sudden silence, and he lifted his hand. That's when the magic happened. Crush a bit, little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling light, 2 a.m. summer night. Amanda turned to me in astonishment, but I shouldn't have been surprised. Marcus could do everything else. Of course he could sing. The crowd began to go wild as he closed his eyes and swayed his body slowly to the music. A single hand still lifted, pointing toward the sky.
People told me slow my roll, I'm screaming out, fuck that, I'ma do just what I want, looking ahead, no turning back. If I fall, if I die, know I lived it to the fullest. If I fall, if I die, know I lived and missed some bullets.
This is unreal, Amanda shrieked as she jumped to her feet with the rest of them.
I stayed sitting, watching him with a small smile as he finally looked up and locked eyes with me through the crowd. He was suddenly so confident, like something had transformed him, something that neither he nor I expected. Maybe it was the music. I raised my hands with the rest of them and joined in as everyone shouted the chorus. There was some subtle dancing now up on stage, even a few little body rolls as Marcus placed the microphone back in the holder and rocked his body back and forth against the stand. The crowd went nuts. Even I couldn't help but laugh as he straddled the stage like a pro, keeping one finger pointed at me the whole time. I was impressed. The whole room was. Then, with the bewildering confidence of a rock star, he held up one finger for silence. The room quieted itself instantly as he grabbed the mic back off the stand and weaved his way slowly back through the crowd. The lights blacked out completely as the entire room erupted in applause. I felt his forehead pressed up against mine. His shirt was damp with sweat, and even though I couldn't see his face in the dark, I'd swear he was smiling.
Rebecca.
Shh. I pressed a finger to his lips. You were incredible. His face shifted, and I felt him lean in. I could feel the heat coming off his body as his lips brushed softly against mine. Whether it was an accident or on purpose, I didn't know. One hand snaked around my bare waist, and I caught my halting breath. Then the light snapped back on, and he took a huge step back. He turned and raised his arms to the delight of the crowd, then laughed and tossed the microphone up to the next performer. I sat down abruptly in my chair. Whether it was the tequila or the sudden chills running up and down my skin, I didn't think my legs would hold a second longer. Marcus slid down next to me, pressing his leg inadvertently against my own, and he turned his attention to the stage. Neither of us said anything, not a single word. We sat there, flushed and intertwined, and listened as a native Russian began an ear-splitting rendition of I'm a Believer. It was the perfect end to a perfect night.
Bex, we're going to be late!
I jumped in my skin as Amanda pounded on the door to my bedroom. Pulsing, sweaty images faded from my mind as I leapt out of bed and shimmied into the white sundress she and I had picked out for the occasion the night before. Today was the day I was picking my mother up from the airport. Best to make a bit of an effort to win myself back into her good graces. I'm ready, I declared a second later, pink-faced and breathless as I yanked open the door. She looked me up and down, and her eyes narrowed suspiciously. You just got up, didn't you?
No,
I said with a false frown.
Why would you think that?
Her eyes rolled, and she spun me around toward the bathroom mirror.
Your dress is on backward. Honestly, Bex.
She tugged it the right way around and nodded at the finished effect.
It's a good thing you don't really have any breasts, or that would never work as often as it does.
I have boobs, I said, just not as much as you. She laughed. My face fell as she simultaneously handed me some lip gloss and tossed me a pair of shoes. I put them on quick enough to be ready to catch the toast she threw the next second.
So,
her face popped back into sight from the kitchen.
Are we going to talk about last night? Steamy club in Koreatown? Anything? A ring in a bell?
There was a hitch in my breathing that I covered with an easy smile. Nope. What's it going to be today? Car or bus?
Bex, I'm serious. I'd never seen you two together before, but... She continued on carefully. You can't tell me there's nothing there. It's just not true. I gave her a dismissive shrug. So he was drunk, and we were drunk, and just because he can sing like a rock star, well, don't read anything more into it than that. Yeah? She put her hands on her hips. What about when you two kissed last night, right in front of me? I ended up just shaking my head. I don't know, okay? He was drunk, I was drunk, and I happen to have a huge weakness for the pursuit of happiness. Can we please just leave it at that? Fine. She smiled innocently. For now. She held up a hand. I thought you said kissing wasn't on the table anymore. You said there would be no kissing and that you would be strictly professional. You know what tequila can do to you. I was under the influence. And Marcus is hot. How could I possibly stay away? He was out of that suit in nice, normal clothes and acting like one of us. I couldn't resist. And we had this amazing connection. You know what? I would have fucked him on the beach in Saint-Tropez. Amanda. Well, I would have. Sex is not part of the deal. But foreplay is? These are very confusing rules. I playfully slapped her. You didn't answer. She laughed. The kisses, they just happened. They weren't supposed to, but he seduced me with his eyes. I thought it was the hot ass. Were you looking at his ass? Looked? Hell, I stared at his fine ass. I laughed. Okay, I can't be late. Hey, I'm sorry I stared at your fiancé's ass. He's my fake fiancé, so don't worry, you're off the hook. What's it like to kiss a billionaire? To kiss a man who owns a plane, a yacht, a huge mansion? A man who's on magazine covers and newspapers? I didn't think about any of that when I was kissing him. I just knew the kiss was magical. It just took my breath away. I've never been kissed like that. Not ever. Not even with my ex. Wow, that must have been some kiss. It was. No more kissing, though. You've got to go cold turkey. I know his kisses are addictive, but there should be no kisses when you're fake dating. Agreed. You know his reputation, girl. You know he dated the hottest fashion model around. Madalena Diana Ganea, I read that. He also dated Megan Fox, Kat Graham, and Kat Dennings. How can I even compete with that? If those girls couldn't tame him, then how would I ever? He's a free spirit. I bet he's a bachelor until he's 40. I just don't want to see you get your heart broken. Just remember, this is a job and nothing more. Now go bring home the bacon. I laughed. I've definitely earned my paycheck. And not in a hooker sort of way. Just pretend like you're playing a big part in a movie. Act your little heart out, then get paid. I really need to get me an acting gig like yours. My mom would land in about an hour and 15 minutes, which happened to give us just enough time to stop by my work first. I'd finally dipped into my popsicle savings and wanted to make a small donation to Mrs. Diaz's funeral fund. But the second I hurried through the front doors and shot a cursory glance up at the bulletin board, I saw that it had already been paid. What? I spun back around in a confused circle, but was instantly rescued as my supervisor, Lisa, came into view. Oh, Becca! She saw me at the same time and rushed over, a haphazard pile of files spilling awkwardly from her arms. I'm glad I ran into you, so I put you back on the schedule the day after tomorrow. Is that going to be too soon? What happened with Mrs. Diaz's funeral? I asked. I was just coming to contribute, but I saw it was already taken care of. Lisa faltered. Well, yes. Marcus Taylor, your fiancé, came by and paid it yesterday afternoon.
She looked confused, almost concerned that I didn't already know. Marcus? The sudden image of him undoing another 2 buttons on his shirt to the delight of a bar full of Koreans flashed through my head, and I shook it quickly to clear it. I'm sorry, what? How did he even set it up so quickly? I had organized these things myself before. There was paperwork, screening, bank checks. They didn't just get thrown together. Lisa sounded surprised. Well, he's already in our system. Marcus makes annual donations, and it's the only way we're able to stay open when the economy crashed. His mother died here, spent her final weeks in the East Wing. He was here every day visiting her. Several things clicked at once. Why he was at that coffee shop when his office wasn't at all that close by. It had become his favorite, just like mine. When he said he was familiar with the Westwood facility, it all made sense. He didn't tell you? Lisa asked, frowning and confused. I shook my head slightly as I tried to reconcile this new piece of the puzzle. No, he didn't tell me. I've known him for years. He's a good man, inside and out. It's admirable that he chooses to share his blessings. He deserves a big round of applause. I smiled. Don't ever let him go, she continued. He's one of the good guys. I'm always amazed how he gives huge sums to charities, scientific research, and other worthy causes each year without blinking an eye. He is amazing. I can see why he settled down with you. He wanted somebody who had a heart as big and compassionate as his. That's so sweet, I said, trying to keep a tear from slipping down my cheek. I'd already seen a different side of him through her eyes. There was no time to ponder the added layer of complexity my conversation with Lisa had revealed. My mother's flight had landed early, and she texted me that she would simply meet us at a restaurant in the Grove. When I told her the news, Amanda raised her eyebrows as she sped through lunchtime traffic. That's fancy for a family meal. Thank goodness we wore dresses. I was smiling before I could stop myself. Amanda had long since considered herself included in family affairs. It had been naturally assumed that she would attend this luncheon with me, and to be frank, I was grateful for the companionship. It would prove a helpful buffer when my mind was reeling with the events of the last 24 hours. Well, that's my mom. I smirked as I texted Marcus the change of address. She wants to make a good impression on the new son-in-law. Amanda chuckled. I think she wants the son-in-law to pay. I laughed. We pulled up a few minutes later, just as my mom and Marcus simultaneously entered the enclosed patio. The second she saw us, Sharon Wood bypassed me and Amanda completely and went straight in for a huge hug, barreling into Marcus with the speed of a freight train. He caught her bracingly and wrapped his arms tentatively around her back. Over her head, he mouthed a wary, "Is this your mom?" I stifled my laugh and nodded quickly. As they made the proper, friendly introductions, I turned discreetly to Amanda. Well, I murmured, she's certainly warmed to him, hasn't she? Amanda snorted. That's because she uncovered his net worth on the flight over. I funneled my laughter into a delighted, "Hi, Mom," as I joined their table. The meal was short but comical. The three of us were incredibly hungover, and at every second's gap in the conversation, my mom would inquire again how soon Marcus and I were having kids. Marcus handled her with the grace that I had now come to expect from him, charming and delighting her as I knew he would. When it was time to leave, he reached for the check without a word and kissed her on the cheek as he led her out to the parking lot. I trailed along behind and gave her a goodbye hug as she slipped into the rental. Well, Bex, he's better than I could have imagined. I don't think you could have done any better.
As I struggled to decide how to interpret this, I flashed her a small smile. Thanks. I know, he's really... The image of him swaying his hips into the microphone stand made me suddenly loosen my collar. Yeah, he's really something. We hugged again briefly as she dry-sobbed into my hair. So, I haven't even asked. I took a step back as she started the engine. How long will you be staying here, Mom? I'm not sure yet, she shrugged, dialing into her navigation to a nearby hotel. Depends on how long it will take. I cast a nervous glance back at my two friends, keeping tabs on me from the patio. How long what will take? Oh, honey. She laughed as the car went flying backward. I'm here to help you plan your wedding. Chapter 7. This has gotten completely out of control. I narrowly avoided barreling straight through a kindergarten field trip. Their teacher pulled them to safety as I apologized profusely. Marcus followed along after me, smiling pleasantly and making my excuses. It's all right, kids, he said comfortingly. This is what happens when grown-ups drink too much coffee. I continued walking down the dirt path, my mind flooded with thoughts. We were at the park. Well, as close to a park as Los Angeles could come. It was a small, grassy clearing, chock full of picnic tables, towering palm trees, and people discreetly edging each other out to claim their piece of the tiny nature preserve amidst the big city. My mother had gone straight back to the hotel to get some beauty sleep before our first big day of planning. Amanda had gone out for a date with Barry, promising that she was only a phone call away and that she'd be home right after their movie for moral support. It was for the best. I needed some time with Marcus anyway. I hadn't anticipated my mother moving in to help pick out tulips and doilies. We'd need to rethink our game plan. We will get through this, Marcus assured me gently, guiding me to an astonishingly vacant picnic table right before it could get snatched up by a group of what looked like mimes. I shot them a wary glance before shaking my head and rubbing my tired eyes. You don't know my mother. You have no idea what we're in for. I liked Sharon, he said cheerfully. She hugs well. I couldn't help but laugh. She hugs well? What exactly does that mean? He shrugged and gazed out over the open field, smiling faintly at the rabid dogs dragging their owners through the grass as they chased after long-lost tennis balls. She squeezed the life out of me. I loved it. She reminded me of my own mom. Aww. I swung my hair down like a sheet between us, so I could watch him with relative anonymity. He was handling his hangover well. The eyes were slightly puffy but clear, the dark circles beneath them fading quickly back to his usual golden hue. He'd stuck to water at breakfast, as had the rest of us, but he didn't display any of the normal night-after-the-party tells. His hands were steady, the smile genuine. Any and all wincing kept to a strict minimum. Then again, that was his shtick. Marcus handled things. Who knew how he was really feeling? Was the smile genuine? Or had he grown up learning to pose? We were sitting just 20 minutes from the facility where his mother had slowly wasted away. We'd just come from brunch with the unsuspecting mother-in-law. But you'd never know it from his steady hands. No, Marcus Taylor was not a man to show weakness. But perhaps it was possible to spot his damage through his strengths. I thought of the diabetes fundraising gala, secretly funding Westwood Hospice, even Mrs. Diaz's funeral arrangements. For a man whose job it was to advertise and capitalize on every little thing, it was the things he kept quiet that I found most endearing. It was through those silent sacrifices that you saw the real Marcus Taylor. And I had to admit,
I was really liking him. A lot. At the thought of the karaoke, I snorted in sudden laughter. He looked over at me in surprise, and I shook my head. I can't believe you did that last night. You were brilliant. He flashed a cocky grin. Impressed, were you? More than a little. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. He laughed and shook his head. That was a one-night-only show, for your eyes only. I giggled as I pictured him grinding up against the mic stand. I highly doubted the little Korean club had ever seen such action. Oh, honey, I'm afraid it wasn't just my eyes that got a piece of you. I'd be highly surprised if your little performance wasn't on YouTube already. For the first time, he looked vaguely alarmed, as if the thought had never even occurred to him. No, it wouldn't be. Would it? Just for that? I didn't think anyone recognized me. I laughed again. Not because you're Marcus Taylor. Struck by a sudden suspicion, I went a bit further, testing my luck. Because of the little striptease you did? His eyes blurred nervously as he tried to remember. I never. No, I didn't. But even as he said the words, the color drained from his face, leaving him pale in the bright sun. Did I? Ah, so the Man of Steel had a crack after all. No one can drink that much Jack Daniels and get away unscathed. Marcus, you weren't wearing pants by the time you got off the stage, don't you? You don't remember that? There was a split-second pause before the explosion. No. He jumped off the bench and hovered in front of me, manically running his hands back through his hair. What the hell are you talking about? My face grew as pale as his as I dropped my eyes to my lap. Oh my gosh, I murmured. I'm so sorry. I thought the whole thing was planned ahead of time with the club. You thought what was planned ahead of time? What exactly happened last night, Rebecca? My eyes roved frantically back and forth between his. Well, at first, it was just a song. You started with, The Pursuit of Happiness, I think. But after that bunch of sorority girls bought you a round or two of Jameson, you let loose with some Aerosmith. What? Then came Nicki Minaj? I would never. I think that's when the pants came off. And damn, baby, you looked fine. I bit my lip anxiously and grabbed both his hands. Marcus, I never would have let you go through with it, but she said she was of age. What? Who said? He pulled his hands away in horror. Fuck! You said this is probably already online. If the health inspector hadn't burst in to shut it all down, there's no telling how far you might have gone. The health? He sucked in a quick breath and ran his hand slowly over his face, his eyes clearing with dawning comprehension. What? He wasn't the only one who could act? I burst out in a fit of giggles that escalated to shrill shrieks as he wrapped his arms around me. I'm sorry, I gasped, pushing at his arms and struggling for freedom. But in all truth, there was a bit of gyrating up there on the stage. You could have a very successful career as a stripper. I'll let my people know. He fumed, refusing to release me. Hey! I squirmed around to face him, breathless and smiling. You can't kill me in a park. Other places, yes. A park, no. It's basic criminology. Fine. With a wry grin, he suddenly loosened his arms. Without the support, I fell backward off the bench, landing with a disgruntled oof in the dirt. Later, then. I shot a furious hand into the air, demanding he help me up, but he ignored me, dusting himself off and heading nonchalantly back down the path. She said she was of age. He shook his head with a chuckle. We wandered for another hour or so, debating the best ways to handle the stresses and strains of both the media and my mother. It was a looping discussion that, in the end, landed us right where we'd started. Bex!
I looked behind me just as I was tackled to the ground with the force of a rocket. All the breath shot out of my body with a defeated whoosh, but no sooner had I gotten my bearings than I was being spun through the air, twirling round and round. "Max!" I said with a huge smile. There was a deep laugh as I was dropped to the ground. The world tilted for a second, but then I looked up in delight into the smiling face of my big brother. "Max!" I cried, giving him a bear hug. "Marcus, this is my brother, Max." Max turned to Marcus, offering his hand. "Max White, nice to meet you." "Of course, Rebecca's brother." He shook his hand. "I'm Marcus Taylor. Really, the pleasure is all mine." Max smiled politely, but the second they finished shaking, he jumped forward and sucker-punched my poor fake fiancé right in the stomach. "Max!" I shrieked, rushing in as Marcus doubled over. Max's steady smile never faltered. "That's for proposing to my little sister without running it by me first." "No," Marcus waved me off as he straightened up with a gasp. "That's fair." He glanced over at Max again, wary, but with a glimmer of undeniable respect. "My apologies." Max shrugged. "We're square." I would never understand the mystical world of men. I glared at my brother, then touched Marcus's back. "Are you okay, honey?" "I'm fine," he said. "I deserve that." "I'm sorry, sis," Max said. "You can tell Marcus that." He looked at Marcus. "I'm sorry. Apology accepted." "So what are you doing here?" I looked at my brother. "And how did you even know where to find me?" "Amanda told me," he said simply. "I called her when your phone sent me to voicemail." I glanced down at my muted cell, still full of my mom's messages, as my face grew ominously dark. "Oh, well, that's because our dear mother is in town. Max, you would not believe the lunch we just had." His booming laugh cut me short. "Why do you think I timed my arrival when I did? I could do without the egg-white omelets and passive-aggressive criticism, thanks." Marcus grinned. I could tell he was warming to him already. Well, I wondered where to begin. Never once when I'd embarked upon this epic deception did I think I'd have to be deceiving my darling brother as well. "Well, then, why are you even here at all?" The words came out much sharper than I'd intended, and both Max and Marcus laughed. "Welcoming as ever, Bex," Max grinned. "I'll have you know that our mother summoned me to town. Said I needed to be here for the wedding wine tasting. Said I was disowned if I missed it." "The what?" I blanched. "What is that?" "Well, Becca," he shoved me playfully, "sometimes different wines taste different to different people. Because of this, before a big event, people will sample from several varieties to choose." "I know what it is, genius," I said, smacking him. "Why on earth do you think we're having one?" He glanced quickly between Marcus and me as my now unmuted phone rang at full volume. Without having to look at the caller ID, he raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to be the one to tell Mom no?" Chapter 8. Let me tell you, there are few worse things to do with a hangover than go to a wine tasting. The place my mom picked was an exclusive club up in the hills behind Valencia, a place that, when I mentioned its name to Marcus, he gave a distracted nod and said, "Oh yeah, so it must be good." The two of us were joined by Amanda and Max, and together we made our way cautiously inside to see what trouble my mother could have possibly brewed up in the last 2 hours. As it turned out, there was a lot the woman could do when she put her mind to it. "Darlings, there you are!" The prospect of an impending wedding had changed my mother. Long gone was the busy but laid-back woman who was always stuck to the edge of a party and preferred to spend time alone. The Sharon Wood rushing toward me now was a one-woman wrecking ball, snapping her fingers and directing a swarm of waiters with the precision of an army general. I think she may have even developed a slight accent. I cast a terrified side glance at Max, but he just closed his eyes and shook his head. "Hey, Mom," I said nervously when she reached me, staring past her to an elaborate table set with enough bottles of booze to St. Charles Bukowski. "What you doing?" "Well, it's funny you should ask." She steered both Marcus and me by the elbows to the table and manhandled us down with a cheery smile. "I was looking through some of those bridal magazines on the plane." She turned with a conspiratorial whisper to Marcus. "Which just by itself is a miracle, because you should have seen some of the misfits Becca brought home before she settled on you." I closed my eyes with a grimace. "Mom." "Anyway, I realized that planning a wedding is a bit like planning an invasion. There's just so much to do, so many little details you wouldn't believe." I glanced around the table with a sinking feeling in my stomach. This certainly feels like an invasion. She was impervious to my sarcasm. "So, I thought that while I was down here, we might as well knock one or two things off our list, and when I told the club it was for Marcus Taylor's wedding—" She glanced at him indulgently. "Well, they cleared the day for us. For a price, that is." Marcus blinked at her intense stare, not quite following, before standing up with a sudden smile. "Why don't I take care of that?" I grabbed onto the side of his coat as he stood up, but he casually wrenched himself free. "I'll just be a minute, Pumpkin. You enjoy some time with your mom." I was going to kill him. Luckily, Amanda and Max swooped into the rescue, each already clutching a large goblet full of something mind-numbing and red. While Max took one look at Mom and started discreetly gulping his down, Amanda took one sip and turned a delicate shade of green, holding a hand gingerly to her stomach. Wine and yesterday's tequila didn't mix. "Sit down! Sit down, you two!" Mom beckoned them to the table and started instantly scribbling notes on the different vintages as she waited impatiently for Marcus to return. Max shook his head with a grin. "Oh, noticed us, have you? Noticed your other child? Your firstborn son, just flown in from New York because his mother requested his presence?" She didn't lift her eyes from her notes, a frightening manic glow lighting her face. "It's good to see you, Max. Sit down and have a glass of that one. Tell me what you think." He rolled his eyes. "Honestly, Sharon, your warmth astounds me." She looked up sharply when he called her by name. "You know I hate that, Maxwell. Take care to mind your manners. Now, drink up. You're here for a reason." "My sister's getting married?" "Sometime in the far-off future," I tried to interject. Mom was all business. "We need your expertise. I know how much you love to go to all those wine tastings." "If you want me to put my talents to good use, I will." "Tell me what you think of the Bordeaux." Amanda and I shared a quick look and buried our heads in an informational packet to keep from laughing. Mother had never approved of Max's profession, despite the fact that his work was featured in some of the most prominent galleries in New York. In her mind, painter didn't equate to grandchildren, and if she wasn't going to get those, she might as well write off the whole lot of them as a bunch of mindless degenerates who got off huffing acrylics and glue. "Fine," Max replied with a strained calm. I had to commend him. He handled her with a patient grace she oftentimes didn't deserve. "The Bordeaux tastes like red wine." "Seriously," Amanda muttered, her eyes widening as she read through the subtle differences in what we'd be sampling. "I can tell them apart by color, but that's about it. Tell me, do we really want something to taste woodsy?" She pointed, and I leaned over with a frown. "That's usually paired with heavy meats and root vegetables."
Marcus returned to the table and sat down gracefully in his chair. I don't think either of those are something Becca would want. He flashed me a sparkling grin. Right, honey? I cleared my throat delicately.
Actually, when I pictured my wedding as a child, I always imagined root vegetables.
Max snorted, and my mother kicked me under the table.
Take this seriously,
she hissed.
A wedding like yours isn't going to be a personal affair. It's going to be a social event. Certain niceties have to be followed.
Which is why I appreciate you coming down, Sharon. Marcus cut in neatly. I know both Becca and I feel a little over our heads here. We're not exactly wedding people, if you know what I mean. We're more excited about the marriage. He laced his fingers through mine and placed our joint hands on the table. I was actually thinking of hiring a professional event coordinator to handle the bulk of it. My mother's face paled in despair, and he was quick to elaborate. To help you with the logistics. She warmed immediately.
Oh, well, that sounds lovely. It will be nice to have a bit of help. Someone to do the legwork, so I can take more of a big-picture position.
I bit the inside of my cheeks to keep from laughing. If I'd known she'd react like this, I would have gotten fake engaged much sooner. It was a freaking riot. The rest of the tasting was an exercise in diversionary tactics. Every time my mother would come at me with a hard-hitting question, Marcus would find a way to refocus her on something else, dodging the more difficult subjects with strategic pauses and thoughtful delays. I imagined it was the same technique he used in boardrooms and stockholders' meetings. His ability to charmingly manipulate the room was truly astounding, and for the first time since this whole proposal thing happened, I felt like maybe, just maybe, we had a shot at pulling it off. That is, until my prying mother made a fatal mistake. It was a simple enough question, one that I should have anticipated and headed off at the pass, but I was busy focusing on not throwing up all the wine in light of my hangover, and it caught the both of us completely off guard.
So, Marcus, she asked, who exactly should we be expecting from your side of the family? I wasn't sure if I should call them to have them meet us here, or what you wanted to do.
Even my oblivious mother, caught in the middle of her manufactured whirlwind, seemed to understand that she'd trespassed where she should not. Marcus's face locked down, the sudden stiffening in his limbs visibly apparent to everyone at the table. He opened his mouth to say something to ward her off, but for the first time all morning, he came up blank.
The only family Marcus needs there is me.
The eyes of the entire table looked my way, gawking, as I surprised even myself with the firmness of my tone. Marcus glanced up momentarily, but his face was unreadable. Mine, on the other hand, was not. I didn't know if I'd ever felt more abruptly protective of anyone in my life.
And, as for the rest of the wedding details, I'll call you tomorrow.
I pushed back my chair and got to my feet.
Thanks for setting this up, Mom. I think we have some good ideas, but Marcus and I need to be going now.
For the first time, I glanced down at his shell-shocked face and extended my hand.
Honey, will you drive me home?
A warm flush of gratitude sparkled suddenly in his eyes, and he accepted instantly. Of course. Thanks again, Sharon. Max, Amanda, we'll see you soon. Without another word, we were out the door and climbing into a limo that Marcus's people had provided. It was ready and waiting. It was a long drive home, but neither one of us said much of anything as we rested our heads against opposite windows and peered up at the sky. The scenery was blurred and identical, and I'd almost completely tuned it out until I felt his hand close gently over mine. I glanced over, but he was still staring out the window, the traces of a faint smile softening his face. Before I knew what was happening, I wrapped my fingers through his, turning back to my window with a smile of my own.
It was a peaceful way to end a stressful afternoon. But all that shattered apart when we pulled up outside my apartment. "What the heck is going on?" I said. We stared out at the horde of people mobbing the front doors of the complex. Angry yells and threats shot back and forth through the air, and Marcus wrapped his arm around my shoulders protectively as we pulled closer. "This is freaking wonderful," I moaned. "Your place can withstand the paparazzi. Structurally speaking, mine can't. You know, you're more than welcome to stay with me." "That's so sweet of you, Pumpkin, but I wouldn't want to impose." "You wouldn't be." Marcus got out, pulling open the door but keeping his arm around me. "This isn't the paparazzi." We wound our way toward the epicenter of the noise, and after a few seconds, I spotted Max and Amanda through the crowd. They were standing with Teller Hamburg, who practically bowed to Marcus like he was a god. Amanda was unamused. "So, apparently, there's a toxic mold problem." "What?" I cried before fixing Teller with a wicked smile. "I wonder if we can sue." He raised his feeble arms peaceably. "That's really not necessary." "I would never do that. I just wanted to watch you squirm." He chuckled. "Divas and I are going to stay at Barry's for the next week or so." Amanda looked at me carefully. "Do you want to stay with us?" Before I had time to think, I felt Marcus standing tall behind me, sending shivers up my spine. He leaned down and murmured in my ear, "Stay with me, Rebecca." I tried to gulp but found I was too nervous, and excited, and confused. I settled for confident and threw up my hands with a smile. Who better to stay with than my fiancé? Chapter 9. We lingered around the apartment complex for a while longer. Marcus and Max distracted the security guards, while Amanda and I snuck inside and smuggled out refugee armfuls of everything we could carry into the limo. The limo driver watched Divas for us. By the time we dropped them off and got back to the compound, it was already dark. Marcus murmured some instructions to one of his housekeepers, and I was guided to a master guest bedroom at the far end of the second floor. My eyes widened incredulously as I peered up at the intricate crown molding around the edges of the high ceiling. It was straight out of a picture book, something that Marie Antoinette would have had in her room. The walls were stark white that had been repainted in a softer shade of cream, as if the original shade had been too clinical for the inhabitants. A massive California king bed stood tall in the center, complete with gauzy four-poster curtains, and a miniature chandelier hung in the center, creating a soft glow that made the giant room seem somehow cozy despite its size. Feeling a little like the wrong side of the Prince and the Pauper, I headed to the bathroom and took the longest shower of my life. I was completely unaccustomed to the walk-in design. I kept looking over my shoulder like any moment someone might just saunter on in. But after losing myself in gleeful distraction over the 1,000 different streams of jets and bath oils the place had been lined with, I couldn't have cared less. Between that and the seemingly endless supply of hot water, I think I would have been content to stay in there forever. But sleep called, and that bed looked more than inviting. I let my wet auburn waves spill down my back as I wrapped myself securely in a towel and made for the mattress. Taking into account the absurd decadence, I was seriously considering a running leap when a soft knock on the door made me pause. Tightening the towel even more, I pulled it open to see Marcus standing there, a stack of fresh linens in his hands. His eyes hesitated a moment on my bare legs and shoulders, before flickering up almost apologetically to my face. "Here." He cleared his throat and held out the mountain of spare sheets and towels. "In case you needed anything else." I took them with a cautious smile, not quite understanding his awkwardness.
It had been his idea for me to come here. If he'd wanted to back out, he'd had plenty of opportunities. Thanks. There was already a year's supply of towels in the cupboards, but it was a kind sentiment. Kind, but rather strange, come to think of it. I cocked my head curiously. Isn't that something the maid usually does? I had heard firsthand the wrath of Marcus's housekeepers, and I didn't think they'd take too kindly to him hand-delivering bath towels on his own. He merely shrugged. I thought I might as well. I mean, my room's right down the hall. I smiled as I peered past his shoulder at the closed door. Convenient? I tried to get him to smile. So you can keep an eye on all of your house guests? He chuckled. That's one thing I adore about you, Rebecca. It's your wonderful sense of humor. Well, thanks, I said with a laugh. I'll just be going to bed then. Rebecca? He struggled to control himself. How is it you always know the perfect thing to say? In every situation. What are you talking about? I shook my head quickly. I always say the worst things. To be honest, I'm actually kind of known for it. Exactly. He was still beaming, bright eyes sparkling in the shadows of the hall. You tell Takahari he's an old man and you can't be bothered to learn Japanese. You basically tell me to go fuck myself when I try to sweep you off to a tropical paradise. Hell, the first day we officially met, you told some random stranger you were my girlfriend. Exactly. All the wrong things. Well, you told the world I was your fiancé. I bristled defensively. What can I say? He grinned broadly. You must be rubbing off on me. I laughed. Good night, I said. Good night. I shut the door, but once it was closed, I leaned back against it, a little smile forcing its way up the side of my face. You'd think that in a bed the size of Miami, on a Tempur-Pedic mattress that probably costs more than my rent, I'd have no trouble falling asleep, but it was exactly the opposite. Whether it was the surreal festivities of the day, or the fact that no matter what I did, I tossed and turned for the better part of an hour. Maybe it was just that there was too much room. I kept rolling over, expecting to hit a wall or fall off the mattress or something, but there was always more space. Screw luxurious. It was actually kind of lonely. Creeping around by cell phone light, I slipped on a camisole and some pajama pants before wandering out cautiously into the hall. There wasn't a sound in the house. Every light was turned off, and Marcus's door was closed at the other end of the hall. I walked on my tiptoes down the stairs, smiling as I passed 7-year-old Marcus's framed finger painting. I made my way to the room where the party was held. I flipped on the lights and glanced around. Memories flashed through my mind. I could see Marcus and me dancing across the ballroom. I couldn't stop the smile forming on my face. Wow, I had come here for a party. I'd never imagined I would be temporarily living here in this big, beautiful mansion. I bet Snake Lady from the party would be pissed I wormed my way into Marcus's house. I pondered. I wondered how things would have played out if I hadn't made the comment I was Marcus's girlfriend. I thought about it. I didn't think I would have met Marcus. He might have shaken my hand as I left. I would have never known him the way I do now. Snake Lady brought us together. I bet she would be gritting her teeth knowing that. If Marcus and I stayed friends, I would have to thank her personally. I shut off the lights and left. It was like wandering through a ghost town. The rooms were too big for one man to live here alone and too empty to pretend to enjoy the space. I hugged the walls, gazing cautiously out at the wide open floors, afraid to be caught in the random slices of moonlight. But the house was fast asleep. My bare feet made no sound on the cold marble floors, and before I knew it,
I had reached the kitchen. A belated flush painted my cheeks as I remembered the last time I was here, trying desperately to break through the impenetrable wall of caterers and run to freedom before Marcus found me and uncovered my lie. At least this visit was sanctioned, I thought to myself as I pulled out a jar of peanut butter and dropped some bread into the toaster. No nasty surprises this time. "Hey." The soft voice in the darkness made me shriek and drop my butter knife. I squinted into the shadows but could see nothing. "Marcus?" I called tentatively, but the voice was raspy and unrecognizable. The first and final warning of a disgruntled security guard, no doubt. "Listen, I'm staying here as a guest. I'm allowed to be here. Just ask the owner of the house. I was told I could come down here and get anything I wanted." A familiar chuckle silenced me as the lights flashed on. I was about to reprimand him, but Marcus looked as disarming and adorable as I'd ever seen him. He was in boxers, for one thing. Boxers and a white t-shirt. Half his hair was standing on end, while the other half was pointed straight toward the wall, like a puppy dog cocking its ear. "I know you were recently displaced, but that doesn't mean you have to resort to looting," he chided with a smile. "Nice hair," I replied. The smile faded slightly as he patted it down with a rueful hand. "Couldn't sleep?" he recovered, gesturing at the toast. "I think the bed's too big for me," I laughed. "I keep doing somersaults." He flashed me a peculiar grin and took the peanut butter from my hands, popping the stubborn lid effortlessly before handing it back. "Thanks," I said, suddenly feeling a little awkward. We were definitely off-book here. Off-book and unscripted. Without an event or catastrophe or camera, I honestly didn't know what came next. "I hope I didn't wake you." "Not at all." He ran a hand again through his messy hair. "I couldn't sleep either. I was just coming down to make some cider when I saw you skulking around like the KGB. "I always thought I'd make a great spy." I visibly brightened at the thought, and he chuckled. "Tell you what, you make the cider, I'll make the sandwiches." He looked at me curiously. "And then?" I glanced up hopefully. "Movie fest? I'm sure you have a home theater in here somewhere." "You want peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a movie fest?" His eyes sparkled excitedly. "That's my kind of girl. Where have you been all my life?" I laughed. "I'll make the sandwiches and you get the drinks. It's a fake date. Which way is the theater, anyway?" A pair of warm arms circled suddenly around my waist, and I sucked in a quick breath as he spun me around. I could feel the electricity surging where he touched me. There was nothing in between us. No cameras, no barriers, no space. We were pressed up against each other, staring into each other's eyes, our faces just inches away. The toast popped loudly behind us, and I jumped. Marcus, however, stayed perfectly still, raising a single hand up in between us. At first, I thought he was going to kiss me again. I thought that hand was going to wind back through my hair and pull me into him. I wanted to run my hands over his naked skin and feel his lips against mine. My heart stuttered and raced as my mind blanked in a sudden fog. He leaned in slightly, and I caught my breath. This was it. But all he did was lift a single finger. His eyes sparkled mischievously as he pointed in the opposite direction I'd been pointing. "The home theater's that way." My eyes snapped open, and I stared at him incredulously. Was he just fucking with me? The sexual tension was intense. He turned back to the cupboards and pulled out 2 mugs for cider. Still reeling, I nodded and made the PB&J sandwiches. I was so going to get him back for that. I looked at him. "Hey, I had a thought. Want to do something a little kinky with the peanut butter and jelly?" He winked. What did you have in mind?
I shot him the most seductive look I could muster. Try and guess.
I'm willing to try it, he said. Have you ever done it before?
All the time.
Really?
Yeah, it's delicious.
He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close. Then let's try it.
I'll need a frying pan. He cocked a brow.
What?
Yeah, we're going to fry them. It's a unique twist on the classic peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Trust me, you're going to love it.
Oh.
It's the world's simplest sandwich, baby, and it's absolutely perfect. Have you ever had it fried?
No. I smirked.
Your mind is somewhere else. Did you think I was going to lick the jelly off of you?
He grinned. I was hoping I could talk you into using whipped cream or chocolate syrup.
I laughed. When he came over to wipe a blob of jelly off the counter, our hands touched for a brief second. I felt more electricity surge through me. I wanted to kiss him with the same urgency he had kissed me back at the beach. He stared at me for a moment, a little grin playing around his lips as we joked around some. When the sandwiches were ready, I placed them in a huge stack and headed out where he'd pointed. The home theater wasn't how I pictured it. I thought it would look just like a miniature cinema. Rows of red fabric chairs, greasy with nachos and leftover popcorn. This one could have been on the cover of Family Living. It was more living room than theater. There was a huge projector, sure, but instead of chairs, there were long couches. Long, incredible couches that you sank into at least a foot the second you sat down. I grabbed some blankets and nestled in the middle of one of these, flicking around with the remote and looking up happily when Marcus finally joined me, 2 steaming mugs in his hand. We're in luck. There's a prison break marathon starting. He flashed me an indulgent smile and set our mugs on a coffee table, curling next to me under the blanket. The heat from his body seeped through my thin clothes, and in an uncharacteristically bold move, I flung my legs across his, settling in to enjoy the show. He stiffened for a moment in surprise, but then leaned back with a small smile. I pretended not to notice as he debated for a moment where to put his hands, settling on resting them above the blankets on my thighs. Though his face was passive, his chest was rising and falling like he was excited. That's right, Marcus Taylor. 2 can play that game. The lights automatically dimmed as the first episode started, but our games continued. A little shift here, a little squeeze there. It was incredible how nonchalant he could keep his face while absent-mindedly running his fingers back and forth across my legs. It was hard to concentrate on the program when my entire body was on fire from his touch. But all those games were seriously challenged about half an hour in.
I don't get it. His brother doesn't even know he's incarcerated?
We were both sitting straight up now, leaning toward the screen in anticipation. I'd forgotten how addictive this show was. Amanda and I had watched it a year or so previously, so I still remembered most of the plot. But Marcus had never even heard of it. He was devouring it now with a dilated eye's intensity.
Rebecca!
He tapped my knee impatiently, reclaiming my attention.
Lincoln doesn't even know? How's Michael gonna get to him if he's in solitary?
I fought to keep a straight face. You're going to have to watch and see what happens.
Tell me,
he demanded.
Ah, I teased.
Someone's used to getting his way. Well, not this time, Taylor. This time, you're just going to have to wait and find out like everyone else did.
I'll give you $5,000 to tell me.
I shook my head self-righteously. I can't be bribed. He shot me a skeptical look, and I conceded. Past actions notwithstanding.
Come on, just tell me this one.
Didn't anyone ever teach you it's rude to talk while a television's playing?
I could have my security come down and make you tell me.
Shh.
I cut him off, patting his head condescendingly. Enjoy the suspense. He leaned back with a sullen pout, but was on the edge of the couch just a second later, tapping my arm anxiously. What's that guy coming through processing gonna do? And so it was. We watched for 7 hours. Marcus, with mounting excitement. Me, with mounting exhaustion. I don't remember falling asleep. I opened my sleepy eyes and looked up to see him hovering over me. He didn't see me watching. He was busy sliding a pillow behind my head and pulling up the comforter. Only when he reached up to brush back my hair did he see my eyes were open. He pulled back his hand guiltily, and I could see his blush even in the darkness. I don't know what made me say it, now of all times. It just sort of came out. A soft whisper that held 2 people at complete attention. Why did you pay for Mrs. Diaz's funeral? He froze in surprise. How do you know about that? Why did you do it? His face tightened for a moment before he dropped his eyes. It was hurting you. I wanted to fix it. I considered this for a second. And your mother? Why didn't you tell me about that? There was a subtle shift as his whole body locked down. Rebecca. He made to stand, but I reached up and caught his face in my hand. I'm so sorry that happened to you, I said simply, saving him a response. He gazed at me cautiously, but stayed where he was, leaning subconsciously into my hand. I want to be a better man. It's what my parents would have wanted. You are a good man. I got lost along the way. And it's like you put me back on the right path. I've gotten lost myself. You're like the sun in all the darkness surrounding my life. And you're my sunshine as well. You paid my rent, I continued softly. He tensed for a moment. Yes. And you kissed me. More than once. There it was, finally, out in the open for all to see. The thing we were pretending never happened. I'd never forget how we were wrapped together on a moonlit shore. His lips parted uncertainly as his eyes searched mine. Yes. I stared up at him in honest curiosity, my face an open book. Why? Without seeming to think about it, he reached down and stroked back a lock of my hair, twirling it between his fingers before smoothing it flat on the pillow. Rebecca. His face softened and his eyes glowed as he remembered. How could I not kiss you? Chapter 10. We'd ended up going to sleep that morning sometime between 5 and 6, so I felt no guilt when I stayed in bed until noon. After his startling confession, Marcus had walked me back to my room, kissed me, and left, leaving me to stew in his cryptic affections until sleep finally overtook me. I was still lazily stretching, gazing out at the afternoon sun, when there was a knock at the door. "Just a minute!" I cried, racing to the mirror and doing my best to smash down my flyaway curls. Marcus might have somehow mastered cute bedhead, but me? I looked scary. After watching a renegade strand bounce cartoonishly back up 3 times after my efforts to stop it, I put my hair in a quick, stylish bun, one of those gigantic top knots that sat on top of your head. I then pulled open the door. "Hi, Marcus." "Good morning." "I loved our movie marathon." "Me too." "So what happens?" I grinned. "They all get killed in the end, Marcus. Every single one of them. The escape doesn't happen." For a split second, he froze, but then he smiled easily. "Nah, my Rebecca doesn't spoil endings, remember? She plays everything very close to the chest. And you look adorable, by the way." He flashed a grin.
I shot him a smile. So, what's on the docket for today? Sand racing? Baton twirling? What is it that our adoring public would like to see?
Actually, he began, I was thinking that after our long day yesterday, wine tasting and meeting the in-laws, maybe we'd just take it easy. Go out to one high society lunch, but then come back here and chill.
Chill? I raised my eyebrows doubtfully. Are you just Googling words now to make you sound like one of the guys?
He grinned and played along. Give me a break. I heard it on the show last night.
Right, I chuckled. I'll get dressed and meet you downstairs. How fancy are we talking about? I called as he headed down the hall to his room.
Fancy.
Thanks to the well-stocked closet I found in my room, I could do fancy. After a painstaking deliberation, I ended up going with a little black lace number. While it had long sleeves and a modest neckline, it stopped a few inches below my thighs, and the nude slip beneath it made it look like I'd simply spray-painted my body in lace. I swept up my curls off my shoulders and put on some dark red lipstick and a smoky eye. Extremely fancy for lunch. Then again, the people Marcus ran with liked to live in the extremes, and with a bathroom stocked with powders, creams, and other goodies, I was more than willing to oblige. What would you say if we took Eduardo with us on a leash? I asked as I descended the winding staircase. Add a little flair? Instead of being the rich couple with the exotic tiger, we'd be the rich couple with the peacock. He laughed. Marcus was waiting on the marble in the lobby, but looked up in surprise that turned to scarcely concealed admiration as I swept across the room and joined him by the door. I smiled up coyly, guessing what was going on beneath those eyes, but he just gave me an impish shrug.
You wait out on the lawn as bait, and I'll go find some rope.
I shuddered and took his arm as we made our way to the car. That's seriously one of my top-ever nightmares, playing human kibble to some exotic bird as you come at me with a noose.
Marcus pointed to his pet bird perched on top of a wooden bench. His tail feathers weren't spread out. Does he really look like a killer?
He's good when you're around. If you weren't here, he'd be attacking me for sure.
Marcus laughed. I highly doubt that.
He doesn't like me.
Tomorrow, I want you to meet him. Give him another chance.
I smiled. As long as you're with me.
Of course, babe. Marcus grinned as he slid into the limo after me.
I caught him looking at my long legs. I slid onto the leather with the utmost care as the lace slipped even farther up my thighs. I smiled. You're peeking.
Then don't flash me.
I laughed. And what do you expect when you buy me a dress like this? He smiled unabashedly.
I hope that you'll wear it.
I was about to make a biting retort when he knocked on the partition and gave the driver the name of the restaurant. I had heard of the Chateau Marmont. It was one of the top restaurants for celebrity sightings, but I'd never actually gone inside. The prices were prohibitive, and the place was too rich for my blood. But nothing was prohibitive with Marcus, and after waiting only a second for the hostess to recover herself, we were shown inside to a table.
Actually, something on the patio would be nice, Marcus corrected her.
Her face blanched apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor. Usually you like something with a bit more privacy.
And today, I'd like to be seen.
He gave her a cool smile and handed her a 50. She accepted it with a stutter and showed us to a different table outside, front and center.
You ready to do this?
He asked the second she'd disappeared. Do what? I said a little nervously, trying to ignore the curious looks we were getting from the other customers. With a handsome smile, he took my hand across the table and brought it slowly up to his lips,
hovering there for a second before giving it a soft kiss.
To put on a show.
His eyes sparkled mischievously, and I shook my head. He was still messing with me, still doing everything he could to unnerve me under the guise of our agreement. But, like I said before, two could play that game, and while he may be a world-class businessman, I was something else entirely. Oh, honey. With a graceful twist, I got up from my chair and wound along the curve of the table, running my fingers over the starched linen. I think you're forgetting something.
Oh, yeah?
He gulped nervously as I delicately perched on his lap.
What's that?
I'm an actress. I don't just put on a show. I smiled dangerously, leaning down so our lips were just an inch or so apart. I give a performance. Then I kissed him. I kissed him as deeply as he'd kissed me that night on the beach, catching his head in my hands and taking control as I tilted his face back and raked my fingers through his hair. Twice he tried to come up for air. Twice he gasped and tried to say something, but I wasn't having it. I kept him there until I was finished, giving his lip a little bite before I hopped off his lap and sank gracefully back down in my chair. The entire patio was dead quiet. The only noises were the sounds of the flashbulbs going crazy outside. Our server, who had been frozen 10 paces behind, wondering when to make himself known, finally took a step forward and awkwardly cleared his throat.
Can I, get you two started with something to drink?
A mojito for me, please, thanks. And, honey? I glanced up at Marcus like I was seeing him for the first time. He was still frozen in place, staring at me, stunned, mouth ajar and hair sticking up in all different directions from my rather rough treatment of it. The waiter followed my gaze, and I frowned disapprovingly. For the love of God, Marcus, fix your hair. This is a nice place. We left the restaurant about 40 minutes later to the wild applause of the paparazzi. This time it was me who pulled Marcus close as we smiled and posed before heading to the car. I did a bit of an awkward shimmy to get back inside, but he strategically ducked in right behind me, effectively shielding me from view. So that's it, right? I said happily as we sped away from the curb. The rest of the day is just ours?
Yeah.
He discreetly avoided my gaze, just as he'd been doing since my little passionate outburst at lunch.
Do you want to, talk first about what just happened?
The paparazzi? I asked, pointing behind me. Surely you should be used to them by now, darling.
No, I mean before. Your little showdown on the patio?
I stared unabashedly back. You said to put on a show, didn't you? That's why you picked the restaurant in the first place and sat us outside? So we could be seen?
Well, yes, but... He flashed me a smile. I think you gave Karl Lagerfeld, sitting behind us, a small heart attack.
My heart raced, but I was determined to play it as cool as him. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, right? I mean, Marcus. I leaned forward and he fought to keep his eyes on my face. You just proposed to me. This is how any newly engaged couple would be acting. I sat back with a business-like frown. Unless you want to play it down a little.
No,
he said, a little quicker than was necessary.
No, I mean, that's fine.
He stared out the window for the rest of the drive while I stifled a satisfied grin. When we got back to the compound, I headed straight up to my room, stripping off my dress to the nude slip beneath, as I rummaged through my drawers for the swimsuits I'd seen there earlier. It looked as though Marcus had brought back the entire shipment from the Caribbean, and I was thrilled to see some familiar handcrafted numbers staring back at me. I picked a bejeweled string bikini in deep purple and was just unhooking the straps on my slip when the door pushed suddenly open. Look, all I meant today about lunch was... Oh, shit! Sorry. Marcus ducked back outside, clearly interpreting the nude slip to be just nude. I laughed and called him back in. It's a dress, Marcus. You can come inside. Actually... I frowned as I tugged once more on the straps. I might need a little help. He made his way cautiously forward, eyeing me like at any moment I might suddenly disrobe and he would be held to blame. See? I twisted and held it up before him. It stuck. He started fiddling with it gently, knuckles grazing my bare shoulders, sending little chills running up and down my legs. After a second, he gave it a sharp tug and frowned. This is impossible, he muttered. I'm just gonna rip it, okay? No, it's not okay, I said quickly, taking a step away. This is really nice. I don't want to break it. He was still holding on to the straps and pulling me quickly back. It's fine. I'll just get you another one. Now, on the count of 3. 1, 2... No! I swatted unsuccessfully at his hands. Don't! I'm serious. I'll figure it out. Just give it back. He weighed his options appraisingly for a second before shaking his head. 3. With a mighty tug, the strap broke loose, and it was all I could do to keep the slip from tumbling off my body. I grabbed it in the nick of time, but if it didn't look like I was naked before, it certainly did now. Out! Out! I demanded, swatting him with my free hand as I hid behind the gauzy curtains. Shit! Why is everything in this house sheer? He raised his eyebrows knowingly. That's by design. Get out! I giggled, tossing a pillow at him. Fine. He dodged it and edged out of the room. Chapter 11. A few days passed. Marcus left at 5 a.m. for some important meeting with Japanese clients, but came back around 10 a.m. When he knocked on my bedroom door, I invited him inside. I was just coming in to see if you wanted to watch more Prison Break with me. I've downloaded all the seasons. It was tempting, but then, so was the sparkling pool outside. I glanced at my bikini hesitantly, biting my lip. I was going to go for a swim. He grinned winningly. When you could be curled up inside with me? I think I'll swim, I said. You'll just have to save that irresistible entitled charm for the next girl. You don't know what you're missing. He flashed another grin. I turned to the miniature bikini laid out on the comforter and smiled. Neither do you. You're such a tease. Bye-bye, Marcus. I took the long way to get to the pool. One could say I got a little lost. You see, I was trying to find my way outside, but I ended up going through the home theater in the process. Marcus was glued to the screen, watching breathlessly as 2 men struggled to gain control of a sharpened toothbrush. That is, until I walked past. His eyes shot up and his mouth fell open as I breezed past, hair flowing out behind me in my new little suit. He recovered himself quickly, of course, but there was no hiding the way his body stiffened to attention or his eyes dilated, even in the dark. Enjoying the show? I said lightly as I made my way into the bright sun. He gave me the once-over, glancing up and down my body. Hell yeah, I'm enjoying the show. I shot him a seductive look. I hate swimming all by my lonesome self. Maybe you should join me. Then maybe we could curl up tonight with a pizza and finish watching these episodes. Let me put on some trunks, he said. Great. He smiled as I grinned. Don't take too long. I winked. You might enjoy licking every inch of me. He met my gaze. Damn, Rebecca. It drives me crazy when you look at me that way. I grinned. That's the plan. Once I was outside, I was instantly swept away by the sheer beauty of the view. Marcus's villa was perched atop one of the tallest of the Hollywood hills, a place so high that you could see all the way down to the ocean. I sucked in a breath and just stood there for a minute, soaking it all in. It wasn't until I heard a sudden splash behind me that I jumped to attention. Marcus was already climbing out of the pool, little trickles of water running down his muscular chest. I bit my lip to try to play it off, but the word chiseled came to mind. His dark hair dripped in what felt like slow motion down his neck, and I followed the curve up to his angular jaw, his smiling lips, before getting lost in those damn ocean eyes. They were sparkling as much as the water. Whether from the sun or from my reaction, it was hard to say. Nice swim, I said with a flirty smile. He grinned and swept back his wet hair. I couldn't let you go alone. With my luck, you'd probably drown, and then your crazy brother would punch me again. It was a fair point. I shrugged and wound my way around the pool to meet him. I loved how the water droplets rolled down his shoulders and chest, past his ripped abs. His wet, sexy body was turning me on. Not only that, he continued, but you're pathetically unprepared. No towels, no sunblock. He flashed a pearly grin and held up a bottle. Not to worry, I come prepared. Oh, really? I cocked my hips and smiled. And I suppose you want me to just lather that all over you? Quite the contrary, Miss White. He looked offended. I'm out here developing my golden Adonis hue, whereas you will burn to a crisp. He gestured to one of the recliners with a smile. I'm here to offer my services. A shiver shot straight through me. It was the perfect picture. The man, the chair, the offer. But when you were pretending to date that man for money, did you accept? We'd been crossing lines left and right since I moved in here, and yet this wasn't something we'd stumbled into. This was carefully planned. Crossing this line meant deciding to do so. I debated momentarily. Let the international name fall away and just looked at the man. I liked him. There was no denying it. And I knew he liked me. Why not take him up on whatever he had in store? I was here, wasn't I? Might as well take the plunge. That's very gentlemanly of you, I replied as I got down onto the chair and stretched out on my stomach. He perched beside me, and I heard the bottle snap shut as he warmed the lotion on his hands. Now, the trick of this is keeping your movements smooth and relaxed. His hands trailed up my back, rubbing the lotion in wide, rhythmic circles. I bit my lip and pressed my eyes into the pillow at the top of the chair, happy he couldn't see my face. There was another snap of the bottle, and he continued with his hypnotizing recitation. The lotion can never be too cold, or else the muscles seize up and you have to start all over again. A sudden freezing blob dropped on my lower back, and I shrieked, giggling and trying to turn around as he pressed me back onto the chair. See? I could hear the smile in his voice. Now I have to start all over. His hands moved faster now, making their way down my spine and coming to rest on my lower back. His fingers grazed the edge of my suit, but suddenly disappeared, starting the process all over, working from my ankles up. That feels incredible, I murmured, hugging the pillow to my face. You could have been a masseur.
That's the male version of a masseuse.
A stripper? A masseur? Again, I could hear the grin. You seem to have developed a very odd picture of me, Miss White.
Well, you're the one who said you have an image problem.
He chuckled softly, then relotioned his hands, leaning down over me to rub my shoulders. I could feel the heat from his chest as he curved his body over mine, his hands running down along my sides, fiddling playfully with the strap on the back of my bikini. You know, this will give you terrible tan lines, he chided teasingly, but I guess I can work around it. I laughed into my pillow.
How very gracious of you.
Yes, I'm well known for that. He continued working for a few minutes before a sudden question leapt to my mind.
Hey, what were you saying about lunch when you came into my room earlier?
The hands paused for a minute before sliding innocently down my thighs. There was a hitch in my breathing that I turned into a hasty, transparent cough. Well, his warm breath tickled the side of my cheek as he leaned back over me, sliding his hands beneath me over the front of my hips. I was going to just say... His lips grazed the top of my ear, sending a cascade of shivers flying down my body. That's a terrible state to leave a man in for the rest of lunch. I pulled him in for a long kiss. After the kiss, I stared into his eyes.
I love how passionately you kiss,
I said. He traced the outside of my ear with his tongue and nibbled my earlobe. My hands ran down his back.
I feel so good when I'm with you.
We started to kiss, his hands sliding up and down my body, along every curve, when he cupped my breasts, slipping his hands under my bathing suit top. I let out a soft moan. I kissed his chest and ran my hands over his shoulders. Do you want me to stop? He asked. Then he trailed his tongue down my neck.
No.
My body arched against the chair and I closed my eyes.
Don't stop.
I bit my lip as I arched once more against him, but this time his mouth came down to meet me, landing briefly on my lips before trailing down my neck. I stifled a little groan, pressing my face into his shoulder as I scratched my nails down his back. Typical, he murmured against my collarbone. I should have known you'd be a scratcher. I giggled and squirmed against his hand.
Just be glad I don't have the rest of my tools.
Your tools, eh? He glanced up with a grin, now kissing in a slow line down my stomach. That sounds promising. I opened my mouth to reply, but he bit playfully at my hip bone and my voice cut off with a gasp. He smiled against my skin as his hands finally resurfaced and rested tentatively on the straps holding on the bottom of my bikini. These must come off this instant, he said softly. My eyes snapped open and I stared down at him, suddenly nervous to be out here in the open air. But one look at his heated eyes quelled any fears I had, and I nodded quickly. The bottoms were off in a flash, thrown into the pool for good measure. I watched them sink slowly into the clear water before he parted my knees and started kissing up my inner thigh. After that, I have trouble remembering.
Oh my gosh!
I muffled my voice in my arms, scrunching my fingers through his hair.
From an international tycoon, master of everything, I should have expected nothing less. And yet, I was completely stunned as I lay there, struggling breathlessly to keep myself together.
Relax, he murmured softly, trailing a lick up to my belly button. Just let go. Apparently, keeping myself together was not part of Marcus's plan. You taste so good, he said. He was desperate to give me pleasure, so I let go. I tilted my head back and my eyes fluttered closed. I moaned and squirmed in ecstasy, screaming in delight. pleasurable bliss. Damn, he was good. The warm, moist heat of his tongue brought me waves of pleasure. I arched again against the chair and moaned aloud. "Wow," I said. "I love the things you do with your tongue." His hands ran over my breasts. I moaned as he sucked my erect nipples. I felt his fingers tracing my curves and stomach. His erection stiffened, begging for my touch. I ran my hands across his chest and over the firmness of his shoulders, feeling every bulge from every muscle. His breathing grew rougher, and his heated touch sent flames throughout my body. "I want you inside me, right now, please, Marcus. I need you desperately." "I'm going to make you feel so good," he said in a husky voice. "I know, baby. I want to make you feel good, too." He started to kiss me, then whispered in my ear, "Let's take this back to my room." "I can't wait that long," I said. "I need you right now." I started undoing his trunks. I wanted him inside me badly. I couldn't wait another second. I'd gotten them halfway off his hips when a sudden gnarled voice rang out in the steamy silence. "Marcus!" With a sudden clumsiness that was most out of character, Marcus fell clean off the chair, landing on the cool tiling and struggling to pull up his trunks. A look of complete and utter mortification had abruptly transformed his features, giving a greenish tint to his glowing skin. "Shit," he hissed, tossing a towel over my waist. "It's my grandma. Rebecca, I'm so sorry." "Marcus Taylor, would you stop servicing that girl and give your grandmother a hug?" I peeked around in horror to see an old woman standing at the far end of the lawn, hands on her hips as she surveyed us. My face flamed fire engine red as every other part of my body simultaneously cooled. "Your grandmother?" I cried in a hoarse whisper. "Do you think she saw us?" "I'm so sorry." He suddenly looked like a child again, a teenage boy caught in the act as he hastily tried to tie the top of his shorts. Just a minute," he called over the lawn. "Hurry it up," she barked. "I'm not getting any younger." The wrinkles around her eyes deepened as she smirked to herself. "And if I remember correctly, it takes longer than a minute." Chapter 12. "Rebecca, would you come out of the closet, please?" I shook my head, even though no one could see me buried here amongst the silks and lace. While grandmother busied herself inside, commanding the waitstaff bring her canapes and iced tea, Marcus and I had hightailed it upstairs, whereupon he quickly dressed himself in proper clothing, and I proceeded to move into the closet. "She barely saw a thing," he coaxed, standing on the other side of the door. "The porch is over 300 feet from the pool. She just assumed." "She saw everything," I fired back. My voice sounded like a chain smoker's, hoarse with trauma and humiliation. Way to throw my bikini in the pool, by the way. It made shuffling past her in a towel all the more memorable. There was a guilty pause, followed by a dull thud as he pressed his head wearily against the door. "And you need to quit being so scared of the peacock." "He was chasing me!" My eyes closed, and I prayed for an empty void to swallow me up. As if the initial humiliation wasn't enough, Eduardo, the bane of my existence, had chosen that precise moment to emerge from the shrubbery and give chase. I leaned against the far wall of the closet, drawing my knees up to my chest and burying my face in hanging clothes. It was big enough in here that I could realistically stay for several days. Definitely until my apartment was ready. I just needed someone to slip me trays of food. "If you want, I can have Eduardo assassinated for you," Marcus tried again. "We could stick an apple in his mouth and roast him on a spit.
Luau-themed wedding? I laughed. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I opened the door a crack with my foot. His eyes appeared instantly on the other side, crouched down at ground level. I could also try to have my grandmother deported. I'm sure the German consulate would be interested to know that her visa's expired. This time, I let my hair spill forward so he wouldn't see me smile. Was that a grin? He asked hopefully, angling his face so he could better see inside. A little grin, maybe? I finally looked up and he smiled. Ah, there it is.
I have no idea how I'm supposed to go down there,
I said truthfully, my cheeks blushing furiously at the very thought.
Can you just tell her I got sick?
You absolutely don't have to go, he replied instantly. You can stay here as long as you want. She's my grandmother. It's my mess to deal with. I sighed. That's not how fake relationships work, Marcus. We're a team. After all, she's supposed to be my grandmother soon, too, right? He gazed at me steadily. You do whatever you like. Seriously, Becca. No pressure either way. But I've got to go down and meet her on the veranda. Will you be okay up here? Oh, yeah. I glanced upwards at a row of silk pashminas. I could weave those into a very handy noose. He chuckled and got to his feet. But before he left, he leaned his head once more against the door. Becca, I'm sorry we were interrupted, but you make one hell of a swimming buddy. I sank back farther into the closet as the door clicked shut, thanking my lucky stars that he couldn't see as a fresh wave of color flooded my face. It took me about 5 minutes to convince myself that a closet was no place to live and raise a family, another 5 to rinse off the copious amount of sunblock that coated my skin, another 5 after that to select an outfit that didn't scream, "You just walked in on your grandson going down on me." That outfit turned out to be slacks and a conservative blouse. Not that it was fooling anybody. When I finally skittered down the stairs and made my way out to the veranda, I thought I was steadied and prepped and ready for anything. That is, until I got a better look at Marcus's grandmother. They say that when you find yourself in the presence of a great lady, either your knees lock up or you find yourself stumbling into the middle of the floor. I did a little of both. While Marcus jumped up automatically to catch me, his grandmother wasn't fazed in the slightest, keeping her eyes straight front as she took a regal sip of iced tea. "So nice to see you again, Rebecca." I pulled myself straight and smoothed down my increasingly silly-seeming blouse as Marcus leapt forward to make the proper introductions. "Yes, Rebecca. This is my grandmother, August—" "Sit down, Marcus," she cut him off dismissively. "I can introduce myself." There was a soft creaking as she shifted toward me in her giant chair. "I am Augustina Mariette Taylor." Augustina? Of course her name was Augustina. "It's nice to meet you," I said politely, trying desperately not to crumble under her stare. She was perched in her tall-backed chair like a queen, her sharp blue eyes missing nothing as they swept over every inch of my body. Her snow-cloud hair was swept up into an old-fashioned pile atop her head, her glittering barrette matching the large sapphire fastened to her throat on a choker. There was an ornate cane with a head of quartz set firmly between her legs, but from the way she carried herself, I doubted there was really a need. In my time working at the hospice center, I'd learned that some people used canes to walk, some people used them to gesticulate and order people around. Judging by the frown, not smile, frown lines around Ms. Augustina's eyes, I was thinking she was the latter. "So,
You're the little nurse who swept our Marcus off his feet," she said critically, inclining her head as if to see me more properly.
"Rebecca." I debated stepping forward to shake, but was worried she'd find it too prosaic. "Rebecca White. I'm a nursing assistant."
"Oh, yes, dear."
There was that icy stare again.
"I know exactly who you are."
"Taylor?" Marcus interrupted, still stuck on her introduced name. "Is that the last name you're using now?" He raised his eyebrows skeptically before turning to me to explain. "My grandmother's been married 7 times, so she definitely understands the significance of what we're about to do." I felt like he was taking his life into his own hands by teasing her, and turned fearfully to see her reaction. She didn't disappoint.
"I'll have none of your cheek, boy!"
But her eyes sparkled indulgently.
"And of course I'm using Taylor. He was your grandfather, after all, and the only one I ever truly loved."
I pictured her like a mantis, slowly devouring all 7 of her mates, but feeling remorse only for one, the one who gave her children. "That's sweet," I managed. Both of their eyes turned to me, and I instantly regretted speaking. "So is that why you're here?" I asked conversationally. "To help plan the wedding?"
"Miss White."
Her voice was like little shards, digging into my face and the bare skin on my arms.
"Do I look like I have any interest in planning your wedding?"
Marcus's eyes dropped momentarily to the table, and his shoulders wilted with an inaudible sigh. This clearly wasn't going how he'd envisioned. That same protective instinct welled up in me, and I turned to her with a smile. "Well, I'm guessing it wasn't just to see our little sex show." Marcus spat a mouthful of tea back into his glass, but Augustina turned to me with something bordering on respect.
"I'm here, dear one, for Thanksgiving."
Marcus and I shared a blank look as she took a dignified bite of canapé.
"Not that I was invited."
Thanksgiving? That was today? I'd completely forgotten. It wasn't on our social calendar, after all. But now that I thought about it, the staff had been busier than usual prepping the house and decking it out in autumn finery. My eyes flickered to Marcus, but he looked as bewildered as I felt. "Of course," he recovered quickly. "Happy Thanksgiving, Grandma. I'm sorry
"You forgot,"
she said. I suspected it was a family tradition. She crossed her arms.
"You forgot. That's what I thought. Although I did hope now that you had a woman in your life, she'd make you more aware of these things."
I flushed, but held my ground, going for the honest route. "Actually, I've never been especially fond of the holidays. There's no avoiding Christmas. But this one completely slipped my mind. It doesn't help that I don't cook," I added quietly, digging myself an even bigger hole. But again, she regarded me with a bit of a smile.
"Nor do I. It's household work, I've always said, and I don't like to partake in anything used to bind women to the hearth."
I smiled tentatively, forging an uncertain bond of friendship. "Exactly. It's just what—"
"Besides, it's servants' work."
My mouth closed up as I dropped my head with a little smile. All right, so maybe our common ground didn't stretch as far as I might have hoped. But as long as I could keep Miss Augustina Taylor's mind on something other than how I was swooping in to fake marry her grandson, perhaps some sort of truce could be made.
"So, this wedding,"
she said sharply, forgetting the holiday for a moment and looking at Marcus.
"When is it happening?"
He lifted his head, but for the first time since I'd met him, He seemed to be completely out of his element. This woman held some kind of power over him, and no matter how many contracts he developed or corporations he merged, I sensed he would always be a child around her. It was actually rather endearing, and relatively normal, considering most of the relationships in his life. I like to think all grandmothers held a similar position in their grandsons' lives. "We're not sure yet." I jumped in to save him. "I know we both like the idea of a long engagement, so I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon."
"Really?"
She looked mildly surprised. Not the traditional answer of a gold digger, and it was becoming obviously clear that's what she'd come here thinking of me.
"And your parents are all right with that?"
"It's just my mom. She raised me and my brother alone," I said, volunteering more information than was my custom. "And actually, no, she's absolutely not okay with it. In fact, she flew into town yesterday for an impromptu wine tasting."
"Splendid!"
Augustina clapped her hands briskly.
"Then we can all get acquainted."
Marcus and I shared a panicked look before he quickly shook his head.
"Oh, no, I'm not sure that would be the best—" "Nonsense," she interrupted. "We're all going to meet sooner or later. Might as well make it sooner. Invite them to Thanksgiving dinner. We can make it a family affair."
A what? Today had started out so innocently. How had it turned into this?
"What do you think, Rebecca?"
I couldn't think of anything that sounded worse.
"Great."
I plastered a huge smile on my face. "A family affair. Maybe we'd end up cooking Eduardo after all." Kidding. My mother could not have been more delighted with the invitation, and of course she was appalled that I had forgotten.
"Well, of course it's Thanksgiving, Bex. Why do you think I came down here?"
"To ruin my life with color schemes and cake tastings?" I asked lightly.
"Oh, darling, no reason I can't do both."
Both she and Max were coming at 6, along with Amanda and Barry, who I would finally be seeing in the flesh. That left us just under 4 hours to keep Her Majesty entertained. "Maybe we could take her to a restaurant?" I volunteered desperately, fastening on pearl drop earrings as Marcus buckled his belt. Marcus shook his head. "She doesn't like to travel when she's here. She thinks the city's dirty." As if we'd rehearsed, I turned around and he automatically zipped up my dress. "Besides, I put some horse tranquilizers in her tea. With any luck, she'll be out until tomorrow." We chuckled softly and made our way downstairs, ready to sweep old Augustina off her feet with our charm and witty banter. But of course, the dragon lady had other plans.
"Rebecca, good. You wore something practical."
She eyed my blue cocktail dress, and it took me a second to realize she was serious.
"I thought, since you're going to be joining the family, we should both step a bit out of our comfort zones today for some quality bonding."
I glanced at Marcus before taking a tentative step forward. "Well, that sounds great. What exactly did you have in mind? We could—"
"We're going to cook Thanksgiving dinner."
Again, it took me a second to realize she wasn't kidding. The walls closed in around me, and I blurted the only thing that came to mind, quoting Augustina herself.
"But it's so common,"
she chuckled softly, raising the hairs on the back of my neck before hooking me closer with the curve of her cane.
"Precisely. What better way to get to know each other?"
"I would love to learn how to cook a big bird," I said. She looped a wiry arm through mine and towed me to the kitchen.
"Come, Marcus," she summoned. "We'll need someone to do the grunt labor."
I flashed a helpless look behind me, but he only smiled. He must not have such a strongly developed sense of tragedy as I did. My shoulders fell with a little sigh, but I turned back forward with a look of steely determination. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? She wanted to bond. I'd bond her fucking socks off. Chapter 13.
It says it right here, Marcus. I'm literally reading it off.
The spectacles had come out, and Augustina was holding a giant cookbook 4 inches from her face.
The professionals often use up to a pound of oregano.
Oysters, Grandma. He cut her off, seizing the recipe. Oysters, not oregano. If we ate that much, we'd die.
Rebecca, she called, make him return my book at once.
I shook my head, literally up to my ears in flour. I'm not getting in the middle of it. You two are both nuts.
Excuse me?
See? Oysters, right here. He jabbed his finger on the page in front of her. There's a little picture and everything. I'm not one to live crippled by pride. I'll just come right out and say it. I was completely wrong about this being a terrible bonding experience. It had started out exactly how I was afraid it would. Augustina sat back and took up a managerial position, delighting in waving about her cane and ordering Marcus and me in frantic circles around the kitchen. The cooking staff were perplexed, and I dare say a little upset that we'd effectively commandeered the holiday. But after peeking inside at the madness, I think they collectively decided they'd actually not like to venture any closer. The little room kept getting hotter and hotter as tempers and temperatures rose. But then, and I have to credit Marcus with this, he snapped her out of it. I guess you could say he kind of conned her. He started doing things badly. A dropped onion here, some uneven slicing there. It drew out the perfectionist in her, and she watched with increasing agitation. By the time he twice salted the same potatoes, she'd had enough.
Out of the way, you incompetent fool! You're on stirring detail until further notice.
With a great deal of pomp and ceremony, she leapt into the fray. The same kind of hands-on bonding seemed to warm her to me. The second she saw me fearlessly shove my hands up the ass of a turkey, Augustina seemed to decide that I was someone worth getting to know after all. After that initial barrier came down, I felt like we were back on familiar ground. I was just an endlessly patient nursing assistant, and she was just an overly excited, overly entitled patient.
Jimmy?
She summoned the master chef for the 3rd time in the space of 20 minutes. Mr. James Collings appeared a moment later with a look of scarcely contained exasperation.
Keep an eye on Marcus, will you?
She barely glanced up.
I don't want him to burn anything.
Both Marcus and I cast him an apologetic look, and he was silently dismissed the second her back was turned. So, Grandma. Marcus's spoon whipped quickly through a pot of orange glaze. Are you going to be staying with us during the rest of your trip?
Heavens no, boy!
She dropped her 5th egg on the ground, but resolutely ignored it, reaching automatically for another.
With all of us here, it would get unbearably cramped. I'll be heading to my estate farther up the coast for the rest of the season.
Marcus nodded casually, but a look of intense relief flashed across his face. I stifled a giggle and pounded my fists once more into the mound of dough in front of me. In my opinion, I'd gotten the fun job. It even required a basic understanding of martial arts. I was to repeatedly squash the raw ingredients for 5 minutes, then immediately stop to let them rest. At first, I thought the chef was just being sentimental, but after looking it up, he might be onto something.
Rebecca?
Augustina peered over the top of her glasses.
You seem to have a lot of pent-up aggression.
I nodded sagely, sinking my hands once more into the dough. In my family, we were taught to bottle everything up until it came bursting out in a passive-aggressive explosion. She nodded approvingly.
That's very sensible advice. No use raging around like a lunatic all the time. It should be saved for special occasions.
Like holidays? I teased. She actually chuckled.
When I was growing up, it was more like Wednesdays, but you can space it out however you prefer. And on that note,
she took a step back, gingerly avoiding the graveyard of broken eggshells beneath her.
We should get dressed for dinner. Your family will be arriving soon.
With that, she swept out of the kitchen, nearly flattening the poor chef as he hovered just outside the door.
Oh, good. There you are, Jimmy. Do us a favor and finish up, will you? I'm sure you can manage.
He looked past her into his beloved kitchen, dripping from floor to ceiling with the messy fruits of our efforts. His face tightened, but he managed a respectful, "Yes, ma'am," before she disappeared. Marcus was at his side a moment later. "I apologize," he said, glancing guiltily back at the kitchen. "It'll be a hell of a holiday bonus, I swear." With that, he grabbed my hand, and we hurried back up the stairs to rinse off the flour and grease before the rest of the guests arrived. But before we went back down, we met once more in my bedroom for a little pre-gathering conference. I was standing in front of the open closet in a dark slip, debating what to wear when Marcus stepped inside. He took one look at my thoughtful posture and shook his head. "You're not heading back in there, are you? I thought we decided it was better to live in the sunlight." I chuckled, but gestured helplessly inside. "I don't know what to wear. You've given me too many options." "Is that right?" he said thoughtfully, buttoning the cuffs on his dress shirt as he walked inside. He looked up and down the rows of dresses for a moment, before pulling something out and handing it to me. "Really?" I asked in surprise. It wasn't what I would have guessed. It was stylish, but rather old-fashioned. Vintage, you'd call it. It was a modest cut in dark green silk, a sweetheart top and a simple sheath silhouette that hugged around the bodice before flowing down just below my knees. I liked it. I guess I was just surprised that Marcus did as well. He turned around briefly as I took off the unnecessary slip and stepped into the dress. The cool fabric fit around me like a glove, and I couldn't help but smile as I held it to my chest. "Do you think you could help me with the zipper?" He turned back around and smiled at the sight of me. "You look beautiful," he said quietly. "Then again, you always do." "Thanks." I blushed as he pulled the cold metal slowly up my back, hands lingering on my bare shoulders when he was finished. "Rebecca." He twirled me suddenly around and stared searchingly into my eyes. "About earlier. I need to know if you regret what happened. Did I cross the line? When I first approached you for this fake girlfriend deal, I promised no sex. Does oral really count?" He looked into my eyes and shook his head with a big smile. The doorbell rang suddenly, and Augustina called, "Get downstairs! They're here!" Saved by the bell. I smiled shyly as I pulled away. His face fell ever so slightly. "I guess so." I headed out the door, but he stayed where he was, biting his lip nervously. My breath caught in my throat, and I doubled suddenly back. Without stopping to think, I stood up on my tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. He looked up in surprise, and I stroked back his hair. "I don't regret it at all," I said, answering his question with a huge grin. "You were amazing. I would go as far as to say the best I ever had. I can't even begin to imagine what spending the night with you would be like." He stayed speechless, frozen in the center of the room until I took his hand and tugged him playfully to the door. "Now come on. I didn't slave away in the kitchen all day for nothing." By the time we got down the stairs, Everyone was already seated around a long, lavishly decorated table. Augustina was perched at the far end, of course, reigning over the proceedings like a queen, leaving Marcus to sit at the head of the table, me by his side. "Bex!" Amanda shrieked, casting an excited but wary glance at Augustina. "This is Barry." She gestured to the nervous-looking man sitting beside her. "Barry, this is Becca." I studied him critically, the man who was slowly stealing away my best friend, but extended a warm hand. He was tall and thin, dark hair and a heavy dusting of freckles behind a pair of glasses that hung low on his nose. He looked like the bookish professor everyone had a little crush on growing up. Definitely not Amanda's type. Then again, Marcus was definitely not mine, and look what I was doing. I never set out looking for a billionaire. Marcus just captured my attention. It was like we had this amazing connection, and I was instantly drawn to him. I had a crush when I met him, but when I found out who he was, a player, I had no more interest in him. I didn't need men like that in my life, so I decided to do the acting gig because I needed the money. I'd keep things platonic and not get involved with a playboy. At least, that was the plan. It didn't go so well. I got involved with Marcus. I was developing feelings, and I was sure he'd trample my heart when this was all said and done. He'd pay me my money and then tell me to go my own way. He never promised me anything, so I shouldn't be mad. I was supposed to come in and be the pretend girlfriend, get my money, and then leave. I knew better than to get involved. Why didn't things ever go according to plan for me? I laughed inwardly. They never do. "It's awesome to finally meet you." I grinned at how uncomfortable he was and tried my best to set him at ease. "Sorry about the last-minute invite. We forgot it was Thanksgiving."
"Not at all. Thanks for inviting me."
He had an unexpectedly deep voice and a steady, calming manner. The perfect remedy to my high-spirited best friend.
"I'm just trying to understand."
He glanced around confusedly.
"Sometimes you live in East Hollywood with Amanda, and sometimes you live here with your boyfriend."
Amanda flashed me a quick look that I could only hope I interpreted correctly. "Yes, I know, it's very confusing." I grabbed up the nearest dish and waved it distractingly in his face. "Yams?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, Max and Augustina were fast making the most unlikely pair of friends. She was going on and on about impressionistic painters and asking him pointed questions about his designs, while he was impressing her with his thoughtful responses, delighted that someone other than me was taking an interest in his work. "I didn't see that coming," I murmured as I leaned over to Marcus with a grin. He glanced up, but his face tensed anxiously.
He needs to be careful. Her last husband was almost as young as him, and let me just say, it didn't end well.
I looked up in alarm, but as usual, was unable to tell if he was joking. Needless to say, the family affair was a great success. My mom and Marcus finally broke through the initial stranger awkwardness and had an actual in-depth conversation about something other than the wedding. I decided I thoroughly approved of Barry, and I was pretty sure that by the time we'd finished dessert, Max had commissioned at least one painting. Everything was going really great until we were saying goodbye. I'd followed my family and Barry out to the driveway to see them off, but when I got back inside, I accidentally stumbled upon Marcus and Augustina having a serious, private conversation. Not wanting to interrupt, I hovered awkwardly in the hall, keeping out of sight as she took both his hands in her small, wrinkled ones. "I want you to have this." She took something from deep in her pocket and pressed it into his palm. "It was mine when I married your grandfather." Marcus's breath caught in his chest, and he gently tried to give it back.
"Grandma, no, I couldn't. This should stay with you."
It has been in our family for generations, and it's time it got passed along," she insisted firmly. "I've seen you with a lot of girls, Marcus. Far too many girls, truth be told. But I've never seen you look like this. She's the one for you. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain. And if that's the girl you've fallen in love with, then that's who I want to wear this ring. I won't hear another word about it."
"Grandma, please."
"Just think about it." She closed his fingers gently over the ring. "With my blessing." She stroked him fondly on the cheek and left with an over-the-shoulder, "Happy Thanksgiving." I stayed carefully out of sight until the door closed, watching as he glanced down at the sparkling diamond, his face unreadable.
"Happy Thanksgiving," he murmured.
I couldn't sleep again that night. Whether it was the excitement of the day or the fact that I'd, rather ironically, gotten a bit of sunburn, I tossed and turned back and forth until finally getting to my feet. Falling into the same routine as the previous night, I found myself heading quietly to the stairs, searching for a cup of hot chocolate to ease my nerves. But as I walked past Marcus's room, I found myself pausing at the top of the stairs. "What are you doing, Bex? Hasn't the day been emotional enough?" But I truly couldn't help myself, and for the first time, I ventured down the hall and knocked softly on Marcus's door. "Marcus?" I whispered. "Are you awake?" When I got no reply, I pushed open the door a crack, peering in at the unmade bed. That was odd. I was sure I'd seen him go in there. I ventured in another step, hair blowing past my face as I looked out the open window. He couldn't be. Could he? Silent as a ghost, I stuck my head through the frame. Sure enough, Marcus was sitting on the roof of the patio, dangling his legs over the edge as he stared up at the sky. It could have been a postcard, or the cover of some undiscovered Fitzgerald novel. A beautiful man, lost in thought. I climbed out after him without a second's pause, silently praying that the tiny roof would hold our combined weight. I shouldn't have worried. When I was about halfway across, he looked up with a start. His face softened when he saw me, and he patted the tiles next to him. I sat down without a word, and together, the two of us stared out at the sky. The air was warm and smelled strongly of the flowers growing just below in the garden. I took a huge sniff, and without thinking, slipped my hand into his. His eyes flickered down for a second before he stared up again with a little sigh. "What's the matter?" I asked softly, wondering at his pensive expression. A faint smile ghosted across his face as the breeze swept his hair back off his forehead. "I'm not ready for all this to end." The confession took me by surprise, but what surprised me even more was my reply. "Neither am I." It was true. Somewhere in the midst of pretending to fall for a billionaire, I had started actually falling. There was no point in denying it. No reason to act like it was anything other than it was. A real relationship. With a soft sigh, I leaned my head against his shoulder. His arm came up around me, and he held me tight against his chest, resting his cheek against my hair. "Are you cold?" he asked after a while, rubbing the side of my arm. I shook my head, staring out at the oversized moon resting on the distant waves. It was like a whole different world up here, a place where everything else simply fell away, leaving you to quietly ponder where the hell you stood in this disjointed, fantastical universe. We sat and talked for an hour, when suddenly he went quiet. "What are you thinking about?" I asked softly, after sitting quietly for a long while. He paused for a second, holding me tight against his side, and then said the last thing in the world I was expecting to hear. "How much I really want to make love to you." Chapter 14. Quiet as a mouse, Marcus took my hand and we tiptoed across the roof, climbing over the window frame and landing back inside the house. The darkness provided a blanket of cover, shielding our flushed faces and wild eyes as he led me slowly across the floor. He wrapped his strong arms around me. I was dying to feel his body against mine, skin to skin, for so long. He slid his fingertips deeper into my hair, kissing me passionately. Turned out, his bed was even bigger than mine. When we got to the edge of the mattress, he tugged me suddenly toward him. His hands came down over my back as he tilted his head to whisper in my ear. "The way you look at me, it ravishes me. It's a power I can no longer resist." I touched his face. "I tried, but I can't stop thinking about you." "I can't either. You take my breath away, Becca." "I just want something meaningful. If that's not what you're looking for, then just tell me to leave," I said. A little off-balanced by his sudden hesitation, I leaned back to look up at him and saw his eyes searching mine desperately in the darkness, brimming with some uncertain emotion. "I don't want to be something you regret," I said. He brushed my hair away from my face and placed it behind my ear. "Why would you ever say that?" he asked, his fingers sliding down my back. The words were echoes of my abrupt departure when I'd left him on the island, and the pain they'd caused was suddenly clear. He was feeling as mixed up about this as I was. The cool facade, the man who was always in control. He was flailing just as much as the rest of us, trying desperately to grasp hold of something steady, of something real. My mind flashed back to the night at the Santa Monica Pier, the 1,000 lingering looks and chaste kisses on the cheek, the happy couple strolling along the beach in the Caribbean, and Marcus and me coming together for the first time and kissing in the waves. And I suddenly realized, without a shadow of a doubt, how long I'd wanted to do this. How much I wanted to do this. He softly kissed me on the lips, and those lips, they were so sweet, so soft, so perfect. "I can't stop thinking of you," he said. "I can't stop dreaming about you, wanting you and needing you. All I know is that I desperately need you in my life." With a sweet smile, I reached out and wound my fingers through his windswept hair. He leaned into the touch, but kept a careful distance, still watching me with those beautiful eyes. "I could never regret this," he said. The words were as much an affirmation to me as they were to him, and hearing them aloud, a sudden feeling of lightness flooded my entire body. A similar look of relief brightened all of his features. His face grew abruptly tender, and his eyes grew heated at the same time. Without another word, he pulled us together. There was a muted urgency as his hand slipped under my thin camisole, a quiet desperation that came from waiting so confused so long. He pulled it up and over my head and tossed it on the floor, eyes flickering down across my pale skin before his fingers found my drawstrings. I smiled as he slowly slid my pants off. He kissed me harder as I unbuttoned his jeans. Anything he wanted, I knew I would do for him. I pulled his pants down. I just wanted to touch him, to feel his skin against mine. He caressed my cheek ever so softly. "Can't you see? I'm falling in love with you, Bex." "I'm falling in love with you too," I said. Kisses trailed from my ear to my shoulder and then back up again. I couldn't get enough of his warm, moist, sweet, and sensual kisses. "I love kissing you," I said. "I want to make you my real girlfriend." Tears welled up in my eyes as his lips brushed mine. I ran my hands through his hair as I kissed him deeply. He groaned, and I could feel how aroused he'd become. My hard nipples brushed against his muscular chest, sending a warm ache throughout my entire body. My fingers trailed across his broad shoulders and powerful chest. I moaned as he cupped and caressed the gentle curve of my breasts. He took my nipple in his mouth and sucked as we both breathed heavily. Then he kissed the other one. We kissed some more, and his kisses turned hot and urgent. My body came alive from his very touch. I loved the way his hands moved across my skin, so sensual, so delicate, so intimate. He slid the lace straps of my underwear slowly, teasingly down my hips. His mouth came down to mine, and we kissed, long and wet. For the first time since the beach, we were completely uninhibited, exploring each other with heated curiosity as our arms and legs frantically intertwined. I was straddling him now, streaked in random lines of moonlight as my fingers rested on the elastic band around his waist. I slowly pulled them off, dropping them on the floor and reclaiming my place on top of him. There was nothing between us now. No fabric, no hesitations. His breath caught in his chest, and he wrapped his fingers around my hips, silently urging me to start moving. But even though there had been weeks and weeks of subtle foreplay leading up to this moment, I wasn't quite through with playing with him yet. "I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor." I leaned down and hungrily kissed him on the stomach. "Was there something you wanted?" His body tightened and rocked beneath me, but still I pulled away. "I don't know what you're expecting to happen here." I frowned, but I was assured that this was strictly platonic. "Not anymore," he said. My fingers dipped down between my thighs, and I took him in my hand, stroking casually up and down. His head fell back against the pillows, and he bit his lip to keep quiet. A sparkling, almost pleading smile played around the corners of his lips, but as he took my hips again to move me into position, I playfully swatted away his hands. What kind of message would it send if I went back on my word now? I mused thoughtfully. My hand started moving much faster, and he closed his eyes with a little moan. I don't want to be seen as weak or inconsistent. Without breaking my rhythm, I leaned forward suddenly and bit him playfully on the collarbone. His eyes snapped open with a gasp, dilated and hungry. With no further warning, he flipped us around, shaking with silent laughter as he leaned me back on the pillows. I've never been more turned on by anyone. He raked back his hair and grinned, curving over me as he positioned himself swiftly between my legs. I've waited almost a month now, Rebecca. I cannot wait a second longer. With no further ado, he pulled himself into me. My eyes snapped shut, and I gasped from the sheer force of it, arching my body up to meet him as I clung to his shoulders. I shivered as his naked skin glided against mine. There was no talking after that, no teasing, no words. Just the sound of our frantic breathing as our bodies fell into a quick, tantalizing rhythm. I had never had sex like it before. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just go out and have random sex with people I didn't know. I'd been in several long-standing relationships. It's just, I'd never felt about any of them the way I was feeling about Marcus. I felt like I knew him. Despite the fact that I could probably tell you fewer concrete details about his life than anyone else, I still knew him. And he knew me. We could predict each other, sense each other's moods, and finish each other's thoughts before we were aware of them ourselves. And let me tell you, that level of connectivity made for a rather fucking unforgettable time in bed. I didn't have an ounce of energy left in me as we finally collapsed against each other, burying our faces in each other's necks to stifle the sound. While I was thrilled with our efforts, I didn't think the waitstaff, sleeping in the rooms directly below, would be so delighted. Still panting, Marcus rolled off of me and lay on the mattress at my side, winding his fingers affectionately through mine.
I glanced toward him as he brought my hand to his lips and gave it a tender kiss. Our eyes met in the sudden stillness, and he smiled. "Your verdict?" I teased, wriggling around until I was nestled against his side. He brought his arm up around me and hugged me to his chest with a grin. "Well worth the wait, Miss White." He kissed the top of my head. "Well worth the wait." I closed my eyes and pressed my face against his chest, secretly thrilled at his words. Tales of his international debauchery had lingered just beneath the surface of almost every social conversation we'd found ourselves in since we'd met. I'd hate to think I didn't measure up. "Want a drink?" he asked softly, stroking back my hair. "Yeah, that would be great." "Water?" "Yeah, thanks." He got up and walked naked to the bathroom, tripping in the darkness over our fallen clothes. I sat up against the pillows with a small smile and enjoyed the view. Between his jet setting and all the time he spent at work, I had no idea how he had a body like that. It was the kind of thing you'd see in a magazine, not in your bedroom going to get you water. "You know," he grinned as he returned with 2 cups, "it hurts when you objectify me like that." I took a huge gulp. "I'm sorry. Was I thinking too loud?" He slipped into bed beside me and wrapped an arm around my waist. "I just don't want you to think of me as a piece of meat now that I've given it up." He flashed me a look of false modesty, and I laughed aloud. "Oh, no. I'd never assume you'd be so easy. All I had to do was walk around in a bikini and shoot you a few flirty smiles." I started to kiss his chest and run my tongue down his body. He flashed me a devilish wink. "Are you trying to turn me on?" "Maybe, maybe not." He considered for a moment, then shook his head. "You're in my house, my bed, my rules. We go again, this instant." We went for round 2, and I saw nothing but fireworks. When we finally calmed down, Marcus gathered me back up in his arms, and I lay my head across his chest, listening to his steady pulse as I shut my eyes. "Seriously though, Rebecca." For the second time that night, he seemed to hesitate. "I don't know how this changes things. I mean, technically we're engaged. Our families are starting to get to know each other. You've already moved in, and I just—" He ran a hand up through his hair. "I don't know how everything got so complicated." When I was quiet, he was quick to reassure me. "But it's good. I mean, of course it's good. Because I'm falling madly in love with you." He kissed my forehead again. "We're going to find a way to make this work. I'm just not sure how that's going to happen yet. And I don't want anyone we care about getting hurt, you know." I swear I tried to listen to everything he was saying. I had a feeling that a good deal of it concerned me. But sleep was coming hard and fast, sweeping me along into a world of dreams. "Rebecca?" He shook me softly. "Rebecca." But I was fast asleep. Chapter 15. Morning came quickly. Marcus grinned as he rolled on top of me, burying his face in my neck with long, drawn-out kisses. "I'm going to make you breakfast," I said. "What's your favorite breakfast food? I'm really good at making pancakes." "Silence, Rebecca," he finally demanded with mock sternness. "You're ruining my concentration." I wrapped my legs around his waist and did my best to roll us back over, but all that ended up happening was we both fell off of the bed with a loud thud. "Shit," he laughed, extracting himself from the tangle of sheets. We started goofing around the way lovers do. He started tickling my sides, and we both fell against each other in a fit of laughter. "Let me cook breakfast," I said, sitting up in the pile of blankets like a queen.
He stroked his thumb against my grinning cheek, then hopped up to throw on some clothes. Actually, I was going to make you something.
Really? That's so sweet.
It would be my honor to make something for you. What would you like?
Surprise me. I stretched back lazily against the bed. Surprise me with some fruit and peppermint tea?
He chuckled, zipping up a pair of low-hanging jeans. I can do that. He kissed me swiftly on the forehead before disappearing down the stairs. A moment later, I heard a muted commotion from the kitchen.
With all due respect, Mr. Taylor, I don't know what to do if you start to make a habit of this.
The poor displaced chef had apparently been pushed past his limits.
You know I struggle with high blood pressure.
It's just a piece of cantaloupe, James. I can cut it myself. With a wide grin, I snatched up the sheets and fashioned myself a little dress before skipping across the room for a quick shower. Marcus's bathroom was just as big as mine, but had been decked out with manly versions of all the toiletries I had. I opened each one in turn, giving them a testing sniff as the hot water ran down my skin. In the end, I decided to go with the sandalwood scent that Marcus used himself, applying a huge dollop and lathering it up just as I heard him slowly coming up the stairs. With the speed of a jungle cat, I rinsed off the suds, quickly toweled dry, and sprinted back across the room, landing noiselessly just above the pillows as he pushed open the door. He looked at me curiously for a moment, before giving the air a tentative sniff. Did you take a shower?
No, I just naturally smell this mouth-watering.
He chuckled and set the tray on the edge of the mattress as he slipped back out of his pants and climbed onto the bed. I reached for the tray with a wink, smiling at the hastily plucked flower I could tell was from a bush outside the kitchen window. With a grand flourish, I lifted the silver lid off my plate.
Let's see what culinary master Marcus Taylor has whipped up for us today.
My voice trailed off as my eyes fell on the plate. My engraved diamond bracelet glittered back at me. Surprise, he whispered, studying my face carefully for a reaction. The world around us seemed to stop as I stared down at the impossible. You found it? I traced the edges of the stones with utter amazement. After Marcus had publicly proposed, I had dropped this in the hands of a homeless man outside a coffee shop. But sure enough, I spotted the engraving that made the jewel so priceless. How was this possible? A homeless guy was trying to sell it when I went to get coffee, he said gently, picking it up and slipping it back around my wrist. When I examined it, I knew who the owner was. He smiled wistfully and combed back my hair. The whole thing had been said ever so casually, but I was completely dumbfounded that he would do that for me. So how did you get it back? I asked suddenly. He suddenly laughed. I didn't rob the poor guy. I went straight to the bank and came back with $15,000 in cash. After a bit of persuading, the man decided it was a fair trade. My mouth dropped open. I didn't know how to process that. In the end, I simply gave him a big smile, peering up at him through my lashes. It must have slipped right out of my hand. His face came down and he kissed me warm on the mouth, hand winding back through my hair, holding me there until we finally surfaced. See that it doesn't happen again. He winked. I nodded, breathless and out of sorts. This was like some kind of floaty dream, the kind where I woke up, then considered suicide by chocolate because I was still in East Hollywood. This kind of thing just didn't happen in real life. You know what? I'll take diamonds any day over breakfast. His head fell back against the pillows with a sparkling laugh. Sorry, I didn't bring up real food. Turns out, I'm not allowed to cook. The chef will be up in a few minutes.
A few minutes, eh?
I set the tray back on the ground and rolled mischievously onto his chest. I'll only need half that time. Chapter 16. Nothing was ever the same after that night. The perfect few days of me staying with Marcus at the villa turned into the perfect few weeks. The renovations were long since completed at my apartment, but neither Amanda nor I ever fully moved back in. She was happy as a clam staying over at Barry's Westwood townhouse, and as for me, well, I don't think either Marcus or I had to say it, but if I was ever crazy enough to want to move back to East Hollywood, he'd probably just move there with me. Augustina was staying comfortably at her country estate, and both my mother and Max had flown back to their respective homes, leaving Marcus and me to settle into a euphoric Los Angeles winter. Every day was 70 degrees, and every evening we went for a midnight swim. That is, if we weren't too busy doing other things. After a few days, both he and I had to get back to work. Every now and then in the evenings, he'd have to take a video conference. But after the first one, when I discreetly snuck under his desk and started to play, he generally did those locked in his study. The initial buzz about the wedding had started to fade, and as much as I enjoyed the freedom to actually date my fiancé, it all came bubbling back again when my mother arrived. She had flown down on the sly, probably hoping for another huge family get-together, and wanted to meet at an upscale bakery in Beverly Hills for a cake tasting. After we made love, I knew I had to get going. "Do you really have to go?" Marcus pouted. He was lying on his stomach on the comforter, stark naked, looking hotter than ever. "I'll only be a few hours. The tasting itself isn't too long, but I'm meeting Amanda right after for lunch. In fact, if she and I overindulge on the cosmos, there's a good chance she'll be coming back with me. I'll plan on seeing both of you then." He grinned, holding my gemstone bra up teasingly as I reached for it on the floor. "Give me that," I reprimanded, snatching for it through the air. He pulled it away too quickly and sat back against the pillows, laying it across his naked chest. "Come and get it. And I'm not going to make any promises. You might be late for your tasting." I chuckled and glanced at the time on my phone. "You know I want to, but I can't. Hey, do you want to come along?" I threatened when he pouted once more. "I'm sure my mother and her platoon of bakers would be thrilled to see you." The bra sailed apologetically through the air, landing in my outstretched hand. "Yeah, that's what I thought." I quickly finished dressing as he watched approvingly from the bed. When I was finally headed out the door, he called out once more. "A goodbye kiss? Do I at least get that?" I glanced back inside and couldn't help but grin at the sight of him in the bed. He was still stubbornly naked, holding a pillow innocently over his lap as his eyes danced and sparkled beneath dark, messy hair. How would I ever be able to resist that? I swept back inside and leaned down over him, planting a huge kiss right on his lips. "There," I grinned. "Satisfied?" "Never." His arms came up, and the next thing I knew, we were lost in a tangle of pillows and sheets. What can I say? Some things are worth being late for. "Rebecca, we've been sitting here for the last 20 minutes. My mother reprimanded as I hurried into the cake shop. 3 expressionless women sat beside her, each one wielding a carving knife and a spoon. 15, I corrected breathlessly. But who's counting? Terrible traffic today. I slipped out of my coat and took a seat across the table. Who are they? I had recently been so heavily indoctrinated into a strange world of constantly revolving people that I had been basically numb to strangers. "This is Terry, Carrie, and Mary," she said stiffly. "They'll be helping us today." I blinked. Really?
No one blinked back, so I cleared my face with a quick smile. "That is so helpful. Thank you. I really don't know much of anything when it comes to cakes."
"By the time we're through with you will,"
one of them replied in a heavy Russian accent. I couldn't tell if it was a threat. The look on her face never changed. 2 hours and 14 cakes later, I was in a pre-diabetic coma. In the end, we, and by we I mean my mother and her automatons, had narrowed it down to 3 different choices that I'd vowed to show to Marcus at his earliest convenience. They told me the names repeatedly, but as I swept out of the bakery and hailed down a cab, I promptly forgot each of them in turn. One was German chocolate, or maybe that was the one I'd said tasted like the bottom of a shoe. Why the hell hadn't I written any of this down? I was still trying to remember when I got to the appointed cafe and spotted Amanda waving to me from an outside corner. She flashed me a huge smile when I sat down and pushed forward a pretend plate. "Cake?" I groaned. That is not even remotely funny. I think I gained 10 pounds in there. My stomach is still reeling. And it was true. With all the processed sugar inside me, I felt like I might hurl. That bad, huh? She flicked carelessly through her menu before settling on the appetizers. Glad I didn't come. I was debating it, but I really don't like cake, to be honest. After this morning, neither do I. She snorted, but looked up at me curiously over her menu. "So, now it's back to cake tastings with Sharon. How long exactly do you and Marcus think you can keep this up?" I'd met with Amanda for an emergency "how am I feeling" discussion the day after Marcus and I first had sex, so she knew all about our present situation. She had been a lone voice of support for both our fake and now our genuine relationship. Then again, she was the only one who knew about the fake side of things, so she was going to be a lone voice either way. When we'd taken things to the next level, she'd been thrilled. But now, as our long engagement stretched out even longer, she was starting to ask the same questions that we were asking ourselves. What the hell comes next? "I suppose it doesn't help that your mom is throwing that huge engagement party. I got my invitation over at Barry's the day before yesterday. Very colorful. Loud, I think is what they'd call it." I almost spat my water back into my glass. "Your invitation? What are you talking about?" She gave me a blank stare. "It isn't supposed to be a surprise. Sharon called me the other day just to gush about it. Apparently you told her that you wanted a wedding in summer or fall, so she worked out a day with Marcus's people when she could throw you a party." Oh my gosh. I leaned back against my chair, feeling suddenly weak. The waiter came by to take our drinks orders, and Amanda took my hand with concern. "I think it's definitely going to be a Cosmo morning," she told him. "And keep them coming." "Actually, just water from me, thanks." I pushed back my chair as he disappeared. I think I'm actually going to be sick. As a wave of nausea hit me, I hightailed it for the bathroom, kneeling on the ground and emptying the sugary contents of my stomach. The door creaked open and locked shut a moment later, as Amanda knelt down behind me, wiping my neck with a cool paper towel and holding back my hair. "Geez, how much cake did they make you eat?" she asked sympathetically as I retched again. I leaned back on my heels and wiped my mouth with a piece of toilet paper. "Actually, not that much," I admitted. "Just a bite of each one." I sat back against the cool tile wall with a groan. I don't know what's wrong with me. Amanda bit her lip and studied me with concern. "Could you be pregnant?" "What?" I scoffed. "No." But a stabbing feeling of doubt hit me in the gut. She leaned forward as her face grew grave. "Becca?" "No, it's not possible." "Okay." She nodded seriously. "How is it not possible? Facts, not feelings."
It's not possible. My voice broke off in terror as a thin layer of sweat covered my forehead. Because I can't be pregnant. 15 minutes later, we were back in the bathroom, only this time it was a grimy unisex shack in the back of a drugstore. We paced back and forth in front of the sink, counting the seconds and ignoring the pounding of another customer on the door as we darted anxious sideways glances at the infamous stick. "Is it time yet?" I asked frantically. "How much longer?" It felt like an eternity. "Another 30 seconds. She tried to calm me, speaking in soothing tones. "Back the hell up, lady! It's not your turn!" she screamed out the door. "Seriously, Bex?" Her face once again transformed. "It's going to be fine." How? How is it going to be fine? I'm somehow stuck in the middle of both a real and a fake relationship that's unraveling on a global scale. Living in a hilltop mansion with a man I'm rapidly falling in love with, and being nightly stalked by a psychotic bird. What part of this is going to be fine? Bex. Her jaw dropped open. Who you're rapidly falling in love with? The words hit me like a slap to the brain, but before I could process them, the alarm on her phone went off. I glanced briefly toward the counter, but lowered my head between my legs, panting softly. "I can't look. You do it." I saw her legs moving out of the corner of my eye. A second later, she was helping me straighten up, her face pale but determined. "Well?" I asked, feeling as though I was about to cry. She squeezed my hand and gave me a brave smile. "You're pregnant." Chapter 17. Pregnant, with a baby. Marcus's and my baby. Pregnant. I don't remember getting home. For that matter, I don't know when I started referring to the villa as home. Amanda loaded me up in a prepaid cab and gave them my address. I don't remember walking up the stairs. I don't remember what Marcus was doing before he leapt up excitedly and took my hand. "How was the cake tasting?" he asked in a rush. "Doesn't matter." He answered his own question. "I'm sure it was really boring. Hey, listen. I want to talk to you about something." He led me to the bed and I sank robotically down, unblinking, with a single word running through my head. Pregnant. He was too caught up in his own excitement to notice. "Rebecca." He sat down beside me and took both my hands. "I've been thinking a lot about our situation. We're all caught up with each other, but now everyone we know is getting involved, and it feels like we're in too deep. And now we have all these actual feelings for each other, blah, blah, blah." And I know what you're thinking. He is as eloquent as he is beautiful. But anyway, I've been really thinking about it. In fact, I was thinking about it when this invitation arrived this morning. He waved something colorful in front of my face. It looked like an invitation. "Now, don't apologize. Don't say anything at all. I know you had nothing to do with it. This has your mother written all over it, and to be perfectly honest, I think the fact that she wants to throw us a congratulatory party is very sweet. But it got me thinking, what if we use the party as a moment to announce our wedding date?" I think I might have blanked. "I know what you're thinking." He held up his hands. "And I'm not saying that we actually get married. I'm just saying, what if we didn't necessarily not get married? People have 1 year, 2 year, even 3 year engagements all the time. Why don't we just pick some far-off date so everyone will stop pestering us about it and just see how it goes?" My eyes dropped to my lap. "I get that it's only been a few months," he clarified quickly. "I do get that. And I swear I'm not one of those people who's like, let's just get hitched and see what happens. It's just..." He took my hands in his.
I know we haven't known each other long, but we have this amazing connection. He gripped my hands and looked into my eyes. I love you, Rebecca. And it's not too soon to say that. There's no magic length of time before saying, I love you.
Wow. He just said those 3 little magic words to me. My heart was racing so fast. Shit. He just told me he officially loved me. Not I'm falling in love with you, but the actual I love you.
When I look into your eyes, I just know you're the only woman in my life, he said. There's this emotion that completely overtakes me, and I've never felt like this with anyone. He softly kissed my lips. I love you so much, always and forever.
I love you too, I said. Our eyes locked and we stared into each other's eyes. It was a beautiful moment, one that was etched into my mind forever.
I know it hasn't been that long, he said. I'm just saying that I don't see why we would call this whole thing off and derail everyone's lives when things are going so well between us. He must have interpreted my silence as panic because he backpedaled quickly. You hate the idea, he guessed. I know, it's crazy. I wasn't even really considering it, unless you don't completely hate it. Because the great thing about keeping a date but just pushing it back is that we could change our minds at any time. The second you decide you're actually sick of me, you can pack up your bags and walk away. There's absolutely nothing stopping you. But if you decided you wanted to stay, well, his eyes glowed at the prospect. Then we might actually have a real shot at making this work. And by this, I don't mean our master at deception. I mean us. You and me, Rebecca. Something real.
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. The longer I was quiet, the more color drained from his face. Eventually, he let go of my hands and pulled back, giving me some space.
Okay, say something, please. You're killing me here.
My eyes came up to his, drowning in an ocean of tears.
Honey, please don't cry, he exclaimed, pulling me close once again. We don't have to keep the date. We don't have to do anything you don't want to. Just tell me what you're thinking. His eyes focused manically on my mouth. Say anything, please. All the breath left my body in a broken gasp.
I'm pregnant.
To be continued. This has been The Billionaire's Fake Girlfriend, Part 2, written by Sierra Rose, narrated by Marion Hussey. Copyright 2016 by Sierra Rose. Production copyright 2016 by Sierra Rose.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.